Hello everyone and welcome to Old World. We are live with another tournament match today. And we have Drunkenmeister versus Ant. Let's let our friends on Discord know we are live. And if you're watching after the fact on YouTube, great to have you here. Oh, well, damn it. Okay. So we have a Greek hero pick, which is interesting to me. We started with artisans. No growth capabilities for the Greeks here. So we're opening with a mine and a farm. A farm on a hill, mind you. That's interesting to see. We've moved our hero up. And yeah, artisan's capital for the Greeks. Interesting. I know, he sniped. He sniped the Discord thing. That's thanks, Alcaris. Yeah, I've been trying to get in the habit of pre-typing it out, and then I just go into Discord and hit enter. But even then, I still forget sometimes. So thanks for the assist. We have the Hittites with landowners, so we all know who I'm rooting for. Now, here's the fun thing. Here's the fun thing about this. Why are we doing the mine next? I don't understand. Oh, because he doesn't have trapping either. So, this happened before I started the stream, but this player came over here and started building a farm on this tile and had complained about misclicking. So I thought that was a little funny. Their first move in the entire game was a misclick. Classic network troubles. Always fun. And yeah, Donut is a super cool map. We've been getting really cool generations. So I'm going to pan across this map now. Look at this amazing lake complex into a central sea. Look at what we're dealing with here. This is going to be a insane puzzle for our two players, and as usual, it will very likely come down to some tile buying shenanigans, but maybe even boat shenanigans. Amazingly cool. Now, and what we have on each side of the map is the central core for an empire. Each empire has the capital, the free site, and one barb site. And then the next barb site is right by this lake terrain entrance. And then there is a central barb site. Then, mirrored on each side of the map, 3 tribal sites in this other corner that kind of stretches across into this kind of inner basin, right? So, it's 3 Vandals down south here and 3 Thracians up north. Going to be a very interesting map. I've been really enjoying the Donut generations, to be totally honest. I think they've been generating some super cool layouts. I think because, you know, it's a dual map, it's a smaller map, and probably something to do with the way that we have enabled oh yeah, the irregularity. Yeah, it's been generating some really cool stuff. Also, I missed what we started with as an archetype in Hattie, so let's take a peek at that. We're a scheme, Hittite schemer, classic. Oh, and it's robust. The unique trait is robust, which frankly is fantastic news for both players, but especially the Greeks, I feel like. The Greeks will be pleased to be starting with robust. So that's good news for them. Settler's done now. Ooh, I really like the culture harvesting. We're kind of parked out here and harvest some culture. We're trying to jump up to strong as quickly as possible. If we get to strong with some insane timing, we're getting trapping first, by the way, for the Greeks, and trapping first for the Hittites as well. I'll be curious. I think that could be a tough beat for the Hittites. Really not looking forward. I would really not be looking forward to be dealing with a couple of early hoplites. Yes, Fluffy Bunny mentioning ideal map to not found landowners first. Would you say for easier chance at tile buying? I've been finding that the to be the case in a lot of different arenas. I'm sure there are some exceptions, like I think the desert scripts probably it doesn't matter all that much, but a handful of these continent-style maps, such as Archipelago, Donut, maybe even continent itself, perhaps Inland Sea, which is not quite a continent but different. I've been thinking to myself as I've been practicing on these excuse me, maps as fan as a fan as I am of the landowner's capital potential, it does seem more strategic to hang on to landowners because yeah, if you put landowners on this site right here, Third City, that will give you immediate access to just completely buy up this terrain and talk about a massive, massive strategic advantage. People talk about how, you know, maybe landowners is the most impressive family or whatever, but then they also talk about how certain families like champions, their seat bonus alone is so powerful. Well, or like even for riders, you know, having that second scout is so powerful in the duel arena. Man, I genuinely think in an arena such as this, if you have the ability to bring landowners in and you don't found it right away. What, do we have a wall in this city? Why do we have a wall? Wait a minute. Okay. Oh, I missed this. Yeah, I missed this. Yeah, oh yeah, you guys are catching it too. I told them to do pick later. But, yeah, so it looks like we're going to have to restart this map, which is a shame because this would be really great. But yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it stopped. I'll get it fixed. They're playing Leonidas versus, what was the other one? Hantili. And that's what made me catch it. This Hittite schemer that starts with a wall. That's funny, though. That is funny. Although, who do you think would win in that fight? Leonidas versus the guy who gets walls? You thought they were... You were playing Leonidas, bro. Ah, that's funny. Yeah, it took me a second there. Who do you think wins in that matchup? I feel like maybe the Hittites because Leonidas would be dead soon, right? So it's really just a hero. You got some really fast expansion and clearing, which is nice, but that doesn't give you much else. The Hittites could still clear, and then they automatically get a wall everywhere, which would be pretty amazing in a duel, if I'm being honest. Man, that's kind of funny. All right, well, unfortunately, I guess we'll have to hang back and watch him restart. This is a bummer, though. Has happened a few times where, you know, because of maybe not having enough city sites or whatever other errors made in setup, we've had to regen the map, and it's a little disappointing as the caster because I already start getting invested in the possibilities of a map, and it's gonna be really sad to see this go. And apparently we don't get access to seeds, map seeds anymore for some reason, so this shall disappear into the ether forever. Which is a bummer. But, oh well, on we go. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, well, anyway, here we are. Let's take a peek. Where do I turn off dynasties? Where do we turn off dynasties, guys? Let's see if I can remember. Yeah. So that's what it was. They had pick later and preset leader, I suppose. Right? Yeah. Interesting. Okay. That's what they missed. Who wants to do a dynasty tournament? How many Hannibals do you think you'd get picked? Who do we think could beat Hannibal? I don't know, maybe the guy with the walls. Officer, I heard some folks were playing Old World here. Not at the moment. We were, but we had to do a restart because of because misplayed settings. Normally I just pause the seat. All right, we got it. We got it. Normally I just pause the stream and restart it, but whatever. This is only a few minutes, right? No big deal. No one can beat Hannibal. I feel like maybe that's map dependent. Although, maybe the Hittite guy with the walls. That would be fun. Who else is really good? I don't know. I think Alexander would be pretty good, too. Because he gets a chariot, and he gets tons of free generals. So that might be a pretty good one. Or if it's a large enough map that you can turtle either of the really good builder dynasties. What we should do is we should do a dynasty tournament where you pick any of the bad ones that have like, I don't know, the insane one and the one with where you can get assassinated in like 10 turns. Yeah, Hannibal gets 2 actions per turn, and as soon as you declare war on someone, you get a free elephant. So there's also that. So Hannibal gets 2 actions per turn as a general, and he gets himself a free elephant. Although, doesn't he lose like 5 legitimacy every 10 turns or something like that? All right, away we go. Here we go. Let's go back in. Okay, so now I just need to make sure. Oh, are you kidding me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, all right, cool. This actually is not cool. Wait, is it cool? Can they reach each other? Land, land, land. Land. Yep, they can. This one is even... This is gonna be... This is wild, alright. Sad to see the other map go. I think they're good. Nation leaders, yeah, pick later. Okay. Points game. Well, alright, so let's think about this. 2 sites here. 2 sites here by this central C. I don't know. I feel like if either of these players can get to one of these sites pretty quickly, and when I mean one of these sites, I mean to the opposing one on the other side of this mountain. So let's say this ant can get to this site relatively quickly. That could apply a massive amount of pressure to your opponent because that's going to essentially lock them to 4 sites. They could get down here, but you can also police that a little bit because also, I love stuff like this on these maps where you basically have a cutoff tribe, which effectively guarantees coastal raid harass. I don't know why, but that's one of my favorite dynamics to watch players have to navigate and deal with. If there's an island or a peninsula they can't reach and you're stuck with coastal raiders, because coastal raiders are really annoying to deal with. All right, so we have the Greeks again, and we have the Hittites again. Okay, great. Cool. So now we have a Greek tactician. The trait is witty. And we have a witty schemer. All right, take two. Let's go. Going straight out. Now we have patrons as the capital for Greeks. And going straight, not for growth, but going straight out for pearls. So something tells me that this player... Does this say Ravioliville? Alright. Wasn't Ant the one with the funky names last time, too? I don't remember. Alright, so something tells me that Ant is really looking forward to bring in the early hoplites. And still up against the Hittites, so I think that's going to be a solid strategy that'll likely pay off. If we can get some, like, turn 30, 35 hoplites coming out, especially if we... I mean, it wouldn't even matter if the heavy chariots come out, because they're heavy chariots. Hoplites will obliterate them. However, yeah, I think that'll be really hard to deal with, especially with this favorable terrain. All of these battlefields are going to be tight, tight, tight. Of course, there is some benefit to the Hittites here, because there's lots of mountains as well. Not mountains, hills, and the Hittites will move quicker over these hills. So... let's take a peek at wonders. We have the Oracle, Yadalakaya, Necropolis, Apadana, Jebel Barkal, Mahavihara, Mausoleum, Acropolis, Colossus, Chthon, Maximus, Circus Maximus, Pantheon, and Via Recta Suk. So I think the things to think about in this particular game, maybe the Yaz. Necropolis could be quite good for a culture rushing strategy. Mausoleum is always good for this cult. Mausoleum on the Greeks is just crazy in general, I think. I think if you let the Greeks get the Mausoleum, that's going to be a bad time if you're worried about eco-turtle games, wonder spamming stuff. Colossus could always be fun for that legendary slingshot, and the Chthon could be huge on this map, actually. With how look at how exposed we left our capital. What about the Greeks? Okay, nice. Huge props here strategically in my mind for the Greeks already. I don't remember where the settlers started, to be honest. So I maybe started on the coast and then was moved in. If that's the case, really great move here from Ant. Because you don't want to leave yourself exposed to potential coastal attacks. Here, on the other hand, we have the Hittites, who has 3 different open borders. So something silly, like an early navigation, few ships in the water hunting around the map to your opponent, could really ruin their day in the capital. To be honest, you could pillage all their pearls and just start whacking away at the city. And unless they, station some slingers or onagers nearby, or even when they do, that could just be some annoying harass. Especially if you have some hero generals, because you could whack the city and then just retreat into the ocean, heal up a little bit, come back, keep whacking the city. That would be an enormously annoying level of harass. I would love to see somebody do that in one of these games. We had an opportunity for a game like that last tournament, but it didn't really quite pan out that way, but here we are. Triple pearls and lots of mountains does mean patrons wonder spam is certainly possible. And again, the Mausoleum is in the game, so if you want to just go for points, that's a great way to do it. Yeah. And lots of mountains, and 2 marble 3 marble over here, so plenty of stones going to be on the table. So yeah, we could see a 4th marble down here. We could see a wonder spam heavy game, but I really do think if one player can just cross the central threshold, that's going to create enough pressure and threat on the other player that I think we could see some pretty early conflict. I don't really remember the aggression level of both these players. I think Drunkenmeister is a more conservative player. I don't know if you don't remember. We played against each other once and ended up in an early fight, but I'm pretty sure I'm the one who started it, so I don't really remember. And I'm also the one who finished it. No, but seriously, I think I played him once and he did a good job. I think we had some early aggression and, you know, he held his own for a bit. And I don't believe I've ever played. Let me keep up with chat for a second. Oh, yeah, still Dynasty stuff. Point the Pro, yep. 14 of you hanging out today. Thanks for being around. And, of course, if you've been watching after the fact on YouTube, I love that you're here, too. And I hope you've been enjoying the tournament. And I really, truly appreciate all the positive feedback I've been getting lately. For casting, it's become such a joy of mine. So I'm glad that you guys have been having fun. And I'm always open to feedback, tips, tricks, things I can do differently. So feel free to do that as well. All right, we finished. What was our first technology with the Hittites? Stone cutting. Okay, that does make sense. So we have drama, polis, rhetoric, and spoked wheel. We're bringing in rider second. You know what's actually happening? You know what's fascinating? Just after talking about the strategic nature of delaying landowners from the last map, we actually got lucky here, where I feel like the last map, the Hittite player did landowners into riders. So something tells me, and this is a very reasonable, common strategy or way of thinking, something tells me that they're inclined to do riders second. Fine, totally makes sense. But I think this Hittite player is going to have lucked out in this situation, that they got a really nice trader's capital, because that will actually allow them to bring in the landowner's family third. And I'll be curious, they were trying to clear this camp, but I'll be curious if they can deduce that this location would actually be fantastic for the seat for similar tile buying shenanigans. Get yourself access to this coast, even if you can't do some leapfrogging stuff, because that still would allow you to build a boat in this coast if you want to, if you can't quite get to this site. Or do something cheeky like buy up this coast and then minor city this site, so your opponent can't take it, but you steal the points. We could see some real cool stuff with that. Getting rhetoric next for the Hittites. Interesting choice there. Yeah, that's interesting. Tactician doing tactician things. Stunning. And we have administration next. Our first tech was... Oh, actually, our first tech is administration. So we have not yet finished our first tech, which makes sense. Our opponent is a schemer and we are a scholar. Hittite clearing is going a little poorly, yeah. Both, actually, let me check. Did these both these players lose their first match? I think they did. So I think we're looking at a couple of lower seeded players, which of course is totally fine. Yes. Drunkenmeister played nobody in round one. Bit of an upset there. He was seeded a little bit higher, and Ant played Fiddler. And Fiddler's always a challenge. Oh, I remember the Ant and Fiddler game. I actually really enjoyed casting that. I cast most of that. So we'll actually... This is always exciting for me, because especially if either of these players went back and watched the streams of their game and got our tips and tricks and criticisms, whatever else, I'm always very excited to watch some of the newer players come into their second game and see what lessons they take from their first game into the next game. And also, maybe what lessons that stood out from rewatching the casts. So, yeah, this will be interesting for me. I didn't cover Drunkenmeister's game, I don't think, but it's all kind of blending together at this point. I've cast so much that sometimes I'll look at a match and be like, "Oh, I didn't see that one," and then it turns out I'm the one who cast it. So it's all a bit of a blur at the moment. But yeah, no, I do remember Ant's game, and yeah, now I'll be looking out. I'll be watching you with a little bit more of a sharper eye this time, Ant. See if you learned any lessons from the first game. He did play a pretty decent game, though. He struggled with clearing camps, but I don't think we'll see that this time with the Tactician, so that's nice. Although, yes, so it looks like Meister is struggling with some camp clearing. Both scouts headed in the same direction. Don't really have much of an option there because of all the landlock situation. Look at all this fish. This will be a great trader's location. 2 of these sites just like this. If the Hittites can secure this whole center, that's going to be a huge economic power and the ability to withstand against, or potentially withstand against, Greek invasion. Although, yeah, I really think this terrain favors the Greeks. It's all hilly, which does benefit Hittites for movement, but does not benefit Hittites in terms of flat and clear ability to hit stuff with any chariots, right? Also, lots of forests, which is good if you have a melee unique unit, which both nations do, but of course the Greeks has the hoplites. So I think a couple of hoplites, you know, kind of just trudging their way through this mountain pass is going to be really, really difficult for the Hittites to deal with. Yeah, no, they're connected. They're the land path. I mapped it out. It's like a lopsided S. If we come down this path, you get to this ridge, and then there's a 2-tile. Thanks to Mohawk, this may very well have been a single-tile pass a couple of months ago, but we have, and even down here, look at this beautiful stretch. This could have also been a single-tile path. But yeah, so there's 2 tiles here that connects to the next part of the map, and then, yeah, you go along this ridge and then straight down to the capital. But yes, quite a bunch more hills than the previous generation that we saw. Also, another thing about all these woods is the Hittites can chop all of this, and they'll give themselves quite a good amount of wood for most of the game. There is no Jerwan. Oh, there is. No, there is no Jerwan. I was looking at the Jebel. There's no Jerwan, but we did found sages, so let's take a peek at what we got for our trouble. We got architecture. That is the high roll of high rolls, if there is ever one. Of course, it can be difficult to make that one pay off. However, we have a river system. We already have developing culture. We have patrons. We're getting a fisher next. Interesting. Built a net directly into fisher. That is telling me that this guy absolutely wants to go beat somebody up with a couple of hoplites. And then now he's also set up a little bit nicely for the long term, and also law tempo. Honestly, I think this is the better perk, even ignoring the baths for a moment, because you know those take a second to build up. The best thing about saging into architecture early on the Greeks is, frankly, engineering. Because A, that means you get cheaper wonders in general, and B, that kind of shaves off your entire law tempo. So basically, in the time it would normally take you to get 7 laws, you actually only need to get 6 now, because sages did a good job and handed you the most expensive law tech. Because normally, you know, the 7th law is something either like monasticism, citizenship, or maybe even architecture, right? And those are the 3, as far as the 7th law, those are the 3 most expensive techs. So the Greeks saging into architecture basically means their 7 law tempo is now 6 laws, which is quite something. Quite something. Jackpot indeed. Jackpot indeed. And then, yeah, of course, if they actually adopt that first, then they can wonder spam quite nicely. They'll get a discount on every wonder they build, and that will pay itself, including the civic costs, mind you, so that will pay itself back quite nicely. 2 workers. 3... oh, wait, we built a settler here. That's fine. So building 2 workers now. We'll get our champ teed up. I mean, honestly, this level of growth is actually quite nice for the Greeks because it's not a large map anyway. So getting really, like, kind of pumping the brakes on settlers specifically and just making sure you get out your workers is fine. This camp has 5 years left, so I'll be curious what we decide to do there. If we're going to backtrack after clearing this one, or maybe send a worker up there, do some chops along the way, and just hang out for a little bit. Because, again, we don't really have a lot of territory for the capital. One thing I would actually like to see is the Odeons going down. Interesting to see all the fish coming up before an Odeon, but I guess they do better culture because of the precious bonus. Sometimes people let camps respond on their own. I don't always mind them responding if they're nearby, because let's say this is going to be a champ nation. Not necessarily the worst thing to come back here and clear it, but yeah, we'll have to keep an eye out on that. I mostly do that with the Uzi, though, because it's just really painless to throw step riders all around clearing camps. And when these camps respawn, they spawn at the weakest level. Well, not the weakest level. They spawn at whatever level they were at when you cleared them. So if you actually have a starting camp respawn, pretty painless to clear. But it does cost workers. There's no lighthouse. 3rd worker in the cap. It's wild. It will be out of space, yes. Will be out of space. Yeah, this probably should be a settler. We have the food for it. All right, what are we going to do? Champions, I assume. Champions on marble. Why not? Quick officers, I guess. Doesn't really matter all that much. Now, this I would like to see get us a warrior. We have lots of workers going on. In fact, if anything, we could migrate one of these off-type workers up north to the champs and do some stuff with, you lose a little bit of order tempo, I guess, but whatever, better than nothing, I guess. Do we actually... I like to do that, too, if I'm playing with nations that have builder governors. Another reason... I'm just slowly trickling all the reasons why I like landowners, but that's another reason why I like them, because they tend to have builder governors, which means even if you're using an off-type worker, you're going to build stuff at the regular pace. Yeah, both players seem to be struggling with camps. Over in the Hittites, we're doing a settler next. Why do I feel like we're missing something? Did we lose a unit? Oh, don't tell me we lost a unit. No. Okay, we haven't lost a unit. It feels like we're... Build queue-wise, it feels like we're missing something. Oh! We put a farmer in. Okay, got it. Alright, there it is. We built a farmer. So we built a farm, then we built a farmer, now we're building a settler. That makes sense. There's a warrior. And... now we're healing. I feel like we would have been able to clear... I guess we might as well wait for the other warrior. Alright, so both players... I mean, I guess... honestly, I guess Ant's fine. Which is nice, because Ant really... if I recall correctly, Ant really struggled with clearing camps in the previous game, so I think we're seeing improvement on that front. Tactician certainly helped. I don't remember what he played in his first game. Don't remember what he played. Once we have both warriors and this commander, though, should move pretty smoothly. Let's see the known world according to the Hittites. And the known world according to the Greeks. The Hittites have a sense of what the central choke is going to be, has a sense of these 2 central city sites. The Greeks know about the Scythian site, but they do not yet know, or whatever. Who are they? Is this Scythian? Know about the Gauls, but they do not yet know that the Gauls are walled off. Whereas the Hittites are not familiar with this peninsula at all yet. Yeah, Tactician's a pretty reliable opener. Gets you income. I think mostly I think it's the stats more than anything. Discipline and wisdom are both great opening stats. I think discipline is honestly for my no pun intended, but for my money, I actually would rather have decent discipline as an opening stat as opposed to decent wisdom, because you can get science in all types of ways, but having a strong economy at the start to me seems more important. Look at this great movement, though. This is the benefit of the Hittites. This is really lovely. They can get all the way down here despite all of this hill. Fantastic to see. Fantastic to see. Yeah, so now this finishing off this camp is going to be quite easy. In fact, yeah, he can two-shot this next turn. He'll do 12. Is this a Highlander? Or just because Commander, I guess. Yeah. Oh, we have Ranger. Shield Bearer, rather. Shield Bearer. So yeah, we'll do 12, 8. Boom, boom, dead. Really nice. So what I think I would like to see from the Hittites, since the Hittites are aware of what the center looks like, my hope is that they would choose to keep going. Rather than come back and take this site, and I think I would like them to keep going and take this one. I think that would be the better move. Of course, you might be worried about bumping into a tactician early. So you have to be a little bit cautious, I suppose. We do have our scouts where it needs to be. Not seeing enough harvesting from these players, in my opinion. Where is the Rider Scout? Where is the Rider Scout? Oh, it's over here. Okay. Greeks have one chance to come save this site from respawning. You could move this worker up to it. We're building our cold bath immediately. How about that? How about that? That'll be nice. This city's gonna have no discontent issues. Oh, where are our luxuries? Why are we sending luxuries directly to the family? Oh, Ant was doing this last time, too. Don't do this. Send these things to your cities. Sending them to the family early doesn't make any sense. I remember this now. He had an amazing trader thing and got his luxuries early. So this tells me he didn't rewatch that cast, and I am disappointed because you have the ability to learn lessons if you watch these things. But no, that's fine. It takes a while. But yeah, man, don't send your luxuries to the family. Send them into the city. Especially because if you sent them both to this city, its discontent rate would be brought down to 4. No, 3. So this bath would get it down to 1, and you're already getting happiness levels every time you culture level up. So basically this would have infinite happiness for the rest of the game, which is a lovely synergy. And also it's going to be more culture because you have the culture boost from being patrons, and they automatically give you 4 more culture. And then the other thing that sucks about sending them directly to the family is that you get a penalty when you take them away from the family. Minus 40 opinion for 20 years. So once you can send things to families eventually, but don't do it early, because then they're kind of locked in there for a while. The Hittites do now have the gathering cognomen. Yeah, so maybe they are doing some chopping and harvesting. Wait, how did that happen? I thought we mapped out that we were going to kill them. Ooh, our opinion dropped. That's annoying. I hate that. I hate when that happens. Oh well, no big deal. Yeah, that's the plan, Snap. I would say, and that's why I dislike the luxuries going directly to the science, the Sages family. Send those to the capital because the formula here on this type of map is very simple. Stack culture, get to strong, get monster units, and then go stomp chariots. Indeed, very straightforward formula. Because I think literally 2 hoplites just with a bunch of garbage, like bunch of warriors and slingers. Don't forget the slingers. You need the unit. Could probably just creep across this map and take out the Hittites if the Hittites are moving a little slow. And these Hittites seem to be moving a little slow. So certainly a viable opportunity to just use the power spike of the 2 unique bonus units on their own to try and close out the game super early, because nobody quite gets as strong faster than the Greeks in most situations. So they kind of have a leg up on that early power bump. Divination now for the Hittites. In the hand were free worker boost, food boost, and labor force. Excuse me. And we've now put our schemer on a warrior. The Greeks have moved towards the center, so they're getting a sense of this choke, of this position. Hittites are now harvesting, which is good to see. I think the Hittites are harvesting. I feel like the Greeks are not, which is a shame. In fact, how close to... We just need 3 more harvests, and then we will be the resourceful. Plus or minus any number of chopping. Settler comes out in 1 turn for the Hittites, and we will have our nets fully online in a couple of turns as well. 22 science for the Hittites versus 21 for the Greeks. Nice. Love to see the Hittites doing this distant chopping. Really, I think this is such a great harass for the Hittites on these smaller maps. Just rob your opponent of food, of wood, and it's going to sit in your stockpiles for a while anyway. So it's really going to benefit both in terms of denying your opponent stuff, but also giving you the income you need to build things like mines and all that fun stuff. Alright, the barbarian camp did respawn, and the tactician is coming out into the wilderness. Alright, so we could see our first bit of early conflict, and I do think that this player, if I were to guess because of their positioning, they can see this site. They might even be coming down here just because they don't even realize that there's one right here. But even so, whether on purpose or by accident, this will be a high value grab for the Greeks if he sends his units out here to try and clear this camp. And I feel like the Hittites will not want that to happen. So they're going to have to make a decision as to how they want to handle this situation. 2 warriors versus 1 tactician, though, is not a fight you can win, and we have no other military units in the queue at the moment. So, really no options here, unfortunately, with the positioning of this tactician. If you move forward, you will risk conflict with the tactician, and you're already wounded, so certainly we need to step back and heal up. But odds are the best and safest decision now is... Oh, cool, we can heal in place. Thanks, Forced March, and also... Whoa. Patrons. Okay. Well. You can't win them all, I guess. So, now we can heal in place, which is really nice. And yeah, the safest course of action is either clear this tribal barbarian camp, or do we know what's down south yet? No, we don't. This is the fun thing about stuff like this, is like we could see this mountain, and we could assume that these mountains just kind of are connected, because what the player can see right here is clouds. And that's always a fun thing to observe, both as a player and an observer. The idea of basically having moments where you're like, oh, wow, I didn't even realize this was here. And normally what alerts us to the presence of openings like this is a raid. We think that something was walled off, or there wasn't an isthmus or connector nearby, and then all of a sudden something crosses it and surprises us, catches us by surprise, and all of a sudden you realize, nope, you were wrong. You just didn't do a good job scouting. How long to strong cultures? 17 turns. So it will be 32, turn 32 at least, very likely will increase between now and then. And fun fact, if you're really trying to rush culture, you could try to build a shrine on top of this lavender and get yourself an extra 50 culture. Do that fun old trick. But yeah, that would be even faster if we used this. I'm not going to harp on it all game, but that would be even faster if we used these pearls and this literature. And if you really wanted to culture rush, you could build an estate in the city as well if you felt like dumping the money on it. Probably not necessary, probably a little overkill with Greece, but it's an option nonetheless. And probably if any family is the best suited to have an estate, it would be the patrons, because they get their own luxury so they can build it anyway. Plus, it's really, really easy to maintain their opinion very, very high. So it's interesting how the estate kind of synergizes with that family pretty specifically. All right, the bar... Ooh, this is risky. Champion, the Greeks are splitting their forces. Of course, this unit could come kill this camp, no problem. That's not the issue. My concern here for the Greek player is you're going to have one tactician versus a camp that has 3 units on it. And now the Hittites might be in a position where they decide to get aggressive. Especially if they just orbit in your general vicinity. You could, while watching, wait for the Greek player to come here and take his attack, and then take your ruler and position them here-ish without actually attacking the Greek player. And just chill. And this other warrior can come, like, I don't know, right next to them. Right? And the reason why you could do it that way is because then they're going to be stuck taking damage from this stuff. Right? And if they step out of this tile to come attack you, almost any way they do it, maybe you'd have to stand right here, actually. I'm not sure. Basically, I'm trying to figure out a way. Could I stand myself in a position where if the Greek player comes out and attacks me, that will create an opportunity for me to flank them, in which case their counterattack bonus goes out the window. So maybe bring my ruler here, and then my other unit here, maybe? Can you reach? Like here-ish? That way, anywhere this guy steps... Yeah, I think that's it. So one warrior here on this tile, right here. The other warrior here on this tile, right here. That does create an opening for the tactician to try and get away in general, which is also fine. But if that tactician then comes up and steps here, 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 or here to try and damage one of the warriors, the other warrior can collapse in on it, both locking it in place with zone of control, and then also both warriors will be able to attack it without getting countered. So this is risky. I like that the Hittites have eyes on this, and we're healing up. We could see some early aggression. This is a good spot to position, I think. because this is going to deny counter. And now the Greeks have eyes on the Hittite border. Resourceful cog for the Hittites on turn 17-ish, or the turn before. Probably turn 16, I suppose, since their turn just ended. So that's not too bad at all. Oh, and they got Swift as well. Very likely from harvesting some horses. Always a treat to get Swift. Excuse me. Yeah, nice. Yeah, you can get resourceful pretty easily, especially if you have a Riders Nation. So always nice to see somebody be able to do that. I think that's a nice little litmus test for some skill on players, because I feel like if you have a Riders Nation and it's turn 30 and you've never gotten resourceful by then you're probably not harvesting and or chopping enough. And the reason why that matters is because if you chop very quickly and you get that cognomen very quickly, it's really efficient order economy, by the way. Alright, so we could go in and take the counter if we want. We'd do 5, oh, we'd do 7. Oh, yeah. I think I would just do this. I'd wait for the training so I could force march it. But I actually think the value of locking this guy in and killing him is probably greater than anything else now that I'm looking at this. Because we could do 13 damage even if we take... Oh, here it comes. We are posturing. We're okay. Yeah. I think I would come in... Actually... Oh! Okay. I would have done that slightly different. If we had sat on this tile... This tactician would have been zone locked. Would not have been able to move. And we would have taken no damage this turn. And then that would have bought us a turn. Because basically we need another turn for this guy to come up because we don't have forced march. So if we had sat on this one tile behind, right here, this guy would have been stuck in place. But now what's going to happen... is we took 7 damage. We're going to take another 7 damage, which is not ideal. 5 plus 8. Yeah, we won't be able to kill this guy next turn. Really depends on what this... Oh, this barbarian's stunned. So, the good news is we won't be stunned next turn, so that's always nice. But I feel like we're taking a little bit more damage than necessary. Always be mindful of the fact that you can zone lock somebody without necessarily being directly next to them, as long as they're next to something else exerting zone of control. Because then, basically, the general rule of thumb is you can't move from red into red. So, if we were one back here, we'd still be exerting zone of control on these 2 tiles, which would make them red, and he's already standing in a tile that's exerted from zone control from this one, which is the red, which means even though we're not actually next to the unit, he would not be able to step out. Militia coming up to assist in the chaos. Really, really good on the Hittites here. It's going to be a bit of a bummer that they're going to be down in city tempo, because the Greeks have 3, the Hittites have 3, but the Greeks are about to get their 4th one. And, you know, we couldn't clear this camp. But I do like that the Hittites are kind of staking their claim on the map and saying, no, you're not getting this city site. This city site is on my side of the map. It belongs to me. Always lovely when players don't let a champ nation bully them around. However... there is another warrior coming out next turn, so this could backfire, which is another reason why we want to make sure that we do this. Oh, we are killing this thing this turn. My bad, I got that wrong. Although we're going to die next turn. So, in my opinion, the correct thing to do would be to heal. I don't want to kill... I don't want... Yeah. If we take the counterattack damage, this will kill this, and then this guy will kill us on the turn changeover. And that's not a trade I feel like making, so I would come back and heal. Yeah! Cool! Nice! Nice. I definitely also need to see another military unit coming out. I probably would even rush one. I know I'm up against a champ nation. So I might even rush a warrior out right now, to be honest. Just to make sure. Because I also know that this site is here. I know that I'm engaged with the Greeks, about to kill their starting unit. And so... Also, if I can see this border, I can tell that it's champions. Because if you know how to read these border lines, you can tell the families. If you, I don't know, have the game memorized. Also, we can see that it's champions now anyway. I'm pretty sure. So that, as a Hittite player, would tell me that I can contest this, but also I might even now have the ability to contest this since I'm going to be killing a unit. So, yeah, that could be interesting. I might rush out another unit to keep the pressure on here. Two settlers are coming out in Greece. Where will the second one go, I wonder? Aristocracy in 5 turns for the Hittites. Frederick saying, Hattie not building any units against the Greek champion printer will make this aggression pretty fragile. Indeed, and also the real big concern is that we're already on the clock here. 13 turns, and we will have a strong city. Our science rate isn't great, so it would still be like another 10 turns until hoplites hit the map. But two hoplites coming onto the map against the Hittites around turn 40-ish is certainly not going to be a fun time for the Hittites. Especially when there's so much mountainous terrain, so you're not even going to be hitting them out on the flat anyway. So, you know, to say nothing of the fact that it would be hoplites into mounted units, as far as unique units are concerned. And axes don't really do much against hoplites either, to be totally honest. So those two units are going to be essentially without a counter until... What's the first viable counter to a hoplite? I guess an onager, right? In this situation, since our unique unit is a horse, I guess an onager would be the first and only viable counter to the hoplites until something like longbows, I guess, or ballista. Ballista would be great. Ballista would do very well. Yeah. So basically, the Hittites should come up this line, I guess. Since the Greeks aren't necessarily known for their chariots in this day and age, the meta, that would be a fun surprise. I really always think about doing that. Like, pick a nation like the Greeks or Romans or whatever, and just beeline straight for spoked wheel and play chariot with the chariot games with them. Just because I feel like you'd completely throw your opponent off if you did that. They'd be expecting, like, you to come with a right hook and you just throw them a massive left. But yeah, so, yeah, machinery at least. Plenty of hills for machinery, and that'll help you hold firm against some hoplites. Otherwise, the hoplites are a menace. With their Hittites, too... Oh, Fluffy! Fluffy says, I would go axes because there's too much... forest to focus on range units. We're the Hittites. By the time we have onagers, this entire forest could be chopped down, which also would help us pay for the onagers. Build the battlefield you want, my friend. But yeah, axes, I guess. But I don't know. Axes don't... Hoplites are a 6-strength unit with a plus 20% when they have formation. Axes are a 5-strength unit with plus 25% versus spears. So I feel like the counter is like not there. That's a 5% damage boost on a 5-strength unit into a 6-strength unit. That's like no other promotions, no other factors, no other things factored in. So yeah, I think that's one of the shitty things about Greece is because I feel like people will go for steel up against the Greek thinking, well, they have spears, I'll build axes, no big deal. But in my opinion, I think I think hoplites kick the shit out of axes. Crossbows would work. Even the new ones. I've had somebody beat me by going up to Windlass when I was playing the Greeks at one time. They had enough time to get the crossbows online, and they did way more damage than I was expecting because, you know, I thought crossbows suck, but they actually handled the Greeks pretty nicely. All right, so now we have an issue from the Greeks for the Hittites is that we also have our tactician. So, and we're locked in. So we're trading a warrior for a warrior. Okay, we can get ourselves out, but we're gonna have to back off of this. And there's not much we can do. So this is really nice tension. Yeah, okay, you can okay, yeah, if we're talking only bonus cards, then yes, Fluffy, that's a good point. A bunch of axes will eventually outnumber the hoplites. That's a good point. Yeah, Vova as well. Yeah, I get it. Good point. Well, we'll have to keep an eye on the law pacing in Greece as well. So yeah, this is a puzzle. Ooh, you know what? It actually might make sense to kill this thing. Because we're going to lose a warrior in either way. Yeah, you know what? I think I would have killed this thing. Because we're going to lose... This thing isn't going to kill this guy. So if we took the kill on this thing, would take the militia out, and the tactician would only be able to kill one of the warriors. And it would likely kill the one who's promoted anyway. So... that... Although I guess he could do something like if I sat here or here, he could do something like sit here, kill me, and then, yeah, all right, so retreating was the correct thing, because we would have been trapped in, so never mind. Never mind. How are we doing it over here? We built a quarry, building a mine, 2 warriors coming out, 594 civics. Let this be the tip for Drunkenmeister, if you happen to watch this. No shame if you're hitting early conflict like this and you're worried, and I'm not saying we necessarily need to do this, by the way, but if you're worried about early tension and, you know, the unit printing machine that is the champion seat, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. Feel free to rush units. And Ant, don't build random walls. You did this last game too. Stop it. Stop it. I would rather you build an Olympiad than build a wall right now. First of all, your champion seat is in front of this city. Second of all, you're contesting this city, which it looks like you'll probably take. So you're further into the map. So if you've lost this city and your champ city, I'm pretty sure you've lost the game anyway. So why the hell put a wall in garlic bread? You don't need a wall in garlic bread. You could put a wall in Miletos if you want, or if you really want to build a wall, sure, when you settle this site, you can build a wall there if you really want. Maybe it's not the most efficient, but at least strategically it makes sense given the map that you're playing. Arbitrary wall building, though, does not make sense, so don't do it. Yeah, not taking landowners here was a huge mistake. Because with the level of income that we have, and the ability for these scouts to just zip around and be invisible, I wouldn't have been surprised if it would have actually been possible to minor city this site if we knew that we wouldn't be able to take it. We could have purchased border. This would pop to here. Border. This would only be like, that'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can't remember if we'd take the lake just by buying this tile, so potentially just 6, 7, 8 purchases. And for those of you wondering, because there are mountains here, it doesn't matter that we can't purchase this. All we need to do is purchase these 3 tiles, and this would minor the city. because there are exceptions for if you're blocked by mountains or inaccessible terrain. So that would be funny. That would have been funny. But we are chopping a bunch, which is fun. Yeah. All right, so now it's a good thing that we have these settlers up and running, because I think we're going to really try and take this position, which honestly makes it... Okay, cool, we're rushing. We are rushing. That's great. That's great. I'm a little nervous, though. What do we think? A tactician's hard to go up against. I feel like the Greeks shouldn't try and contest this site, and it's not the Greeks, forgive me. I feel like the Hittites should not bother anymore to try and contest this site. Take as many resources as they can in the form of chopping, fine, and instead they should send everything down here and focus on getting their side of the map. Because think of it this way: 4 cities to 5 is not an insurmountable advantage, and frankly, 4 cities to 6 is not an insurmountable advantage, right? So don't throw away your game trying to keep that tempo, not even the tempo, trying to keep the city count number even, if you can just instead pivot, consolidate your base, focus on eco stuff, while maybe this player is building, trying to build around a fight that he's going to have with you that never actually happens. Yep, that's also a great point. A minor city here means you could hop over the Black Sea. Also, it would secure our ability, very likely, to settle this site as well. Lots and lots of potential. We really need to... I think if I get a map like this next time, I'm going to try and run a landowner city. I feel like the 2 maps that I've had so far haven't really been landowner maps. But yeah, I would love to see anybody, not even just me, anybody, come into a tournament map like this, a tournament match like this, on a map like this, and really flex the power of an early, or not even an early, a forward settled landowner seat, and the fact that you have instantaneous access to the strategic value of tile buying. Because even if, think of it this way, even if we were landowners here and we tiled buy up this coast, right? That would give us access into this region as well, even ignoring this site for a second. But hilariously, we could probably miner this site too. So imagine if we minered both sites and then settled up here. That would be hilarious. Settled down here, up there. You'd have so much map control. And then when your opponent tries to attack you, even if you didn't settle up here, but when your opponent tries to attack this city, they have to go through all of these tiles worth of your border where you can flank up here, flank across the ocean. Yeah, it'd be crazy. My very first streamed duel against Ninja, which was actually I think it was the very first co-cast, the very first casted match ever. Was on the Mohawk channel. And we did the Median duel map, the Greek and Persia map. And Ninja played Hittites, and I honestly don't remember. But there was some crazy invisible tile buying shenanigans that happened in that map. So yes, indeed, Frederick, invisible tile buying from a landowner seat can be a very crafty strategy. Indeed, I've had it used against me before, and it creates so much anxiety when you realize there's no point in settling a city. Because here's the thing, even if they came all this way and bought all these tiles and couldn't miner the city, then you would create a situation where, like, how much value is the city in general? Now, in this particular case, the city would still have value because there's lots of resources out here. But you could create a situation where it's hard to justify even bothering settling the city if your opponent's borders come all the way to, like, right here. And yes, indeed, Fluffy, Kush have landowners and hunters. So you can buy all the tiles and get the Sentinel bonus. And another fun nation that can do that trick is the Tamil with their Artisan bonus. You can settle Artisan's Cap for the 20% defensive strength bonus in your territory, and then come out a little deeper into the map, settling landowners, and go nuts with your tile buying and dare your opponent to come mess with you. So, yep. Kush and Tamil are both capable of doing that trick. Cool. So 2 sages, not too bad. Really, the wall. Don't do this. Anybody watching the game, don't do this. I think I need to do a whole, like, 10-minute video of when, where, why, and how to build walls. Because there are moments where it makes sense. And in fairness to Ant, while he did build walls in all of his cities in the previous game, the area where the final battle took place, I think, if I vaguely recall correctly, I think the fact that there was a wall in the city actually helped him out a bit. So, I mean, I'm not completely anti-wall, but they're so situational that you just... If you're thinking, oh, I'll build a wall, then you probably shouldn't be building that wall. The construction of a wall should be very intentional in relation to the map, the opponent, the terrain, and the location of the site. Alrighty, so turn 28 here. Let's take a peek at where we are developmental-wise. We had a little bit of skirmishing going on. 2 workers in both nations. 2 specialists in Hattie. Both players have lost a unit. Both players have lost a warrior. 7 technologies on Greece. 4 for the Hittites. That's kind of bad news for the Hittites, because the Hittites are a schemer. Ooh, wait a minute. We got Sword of the Gods. Sword of the Gods, everybody. All right. The gods have favored the Hittites so far in this game. Well, not so far, but currently. Fate has shined prominently on us. That's great news for the Hittites. Especially going up against the champion nation. That's going to be a really great hand. Helping hand. I don't really quite understand the positioning here of this tactician anyway. Like, if you're going to try and clear the camp, fine. But I don't understand why we walked all the way out here anyway. I mean, I'm sure as a tactician, you feel like you can flex your muscles a little bit. But, I don't know. I don't really get the whole walking toward almost right up to the Hittite border without any support. Be curious to see the decisions that get made here. Both of those units are dying next turn. Also, fun tip for you guys. Hold on, excuse me. Fun tip for you guys. So right now, what we have out here is a tactician that's about to die on a unit. First of all, one of the problems with this is the death trigger events. Can always be, or even, one of the funniest things that's ever happened to me was literally the first turn of a war when I invaded somebody and attacked somebody and I hit their tactician. I think it was a tactician. I don't remember what kind. Maybe it was a zealot. But I hit their ruler general. My very first attack of the entire war immediately blinded the general, right? So one consideration when you're out exposed like this is those type of things, the event-based things or the random chance-based things that can really mess with your ruler, right? So a handful of those are tied to the unit that your ruler is on dying. So here's a little tip for people. If you're locked in this situation, yes, we could have attacked, and yes, we could have stunned or whatever, but a better thing to do, especially since it looks like we're coming up to Tango with more units, you move your slinger out here, you spend the training to swap your ruler onto the slinger, and then you attack. That way, next round, we would be able to run up with our new tactician and continue to stun stuff. Whatever unit stays here to secure that kill. So don't forget in these tense moments that you can swap your rulers around. There's no reason to just let your ruler take a hit and die, because now what's going to happen is on the next turn, we want to add our ruler to something. Say we want to add our ruler to the slinger. It's going to cost us an action. It's going to kill the turn of that unit, right? But if we did it the way that I was describing, we could, if we wanted to, not saying it's the right call, but if the situation did call for it, we could charge immediately into this combat with the tactician. But we've given up that opportunity. And again, if that's the right call, we probably don't want to do that against 3 warriors. But still, something to think about in future situations if you find yourself in a similar spot where your ruler's kind of trapped and they're definitely going to die. Because the other thing we don't want to happen, we'll check out the events next turn. I'm pretty sure they trigger automatically. I don't know. I don't remember. So we'll keep an eye on the events for the Greeks and hope we don't die. We have Besieger and Bloodthirsty on our Greek tactician, by the way, compared to Frugal, Swift, and, of course, the Sword of the Gods. Indeed. Indeed. Alright, well, that's a nice swing in the favor of the Hittites here. Both players are similar. Oh yeah, so the bad news for the Hittites is that they started with a schemer, and yet they're already naive to Greece. I guess maybe that's going to factor in the... I can never remember if the free sage law does or doesn't count for science. Because I feel like it does if we're already naive. I've been told that free texts don't, so I don't know. Who knows? Alright, back to the Greeks. No event that I noticed, so... Prince Baby Uncle. Look at this. Look at this. What? We had to have renamed this guy. There's no way. Baby Uncle Philotas. Okay, he did it. He did it. Right? The guy's name is Prince Baby Uncle Philotas. Free text count for the science comparison, but it's not shown on the graph. Okay, thanks, Fluffy. Okay. We are 7 turns away from strong cultures, so still going to be 32 back here. I feel like the Greeks just want to chill. You're sitting on 4 cities to 3. So assuming the players know how to look at this stuff, then that would tell you, these tooltips would let you know your opponent has three cities, I have 4, so you can then intuit from the mirrored map, from the nature of the fact that the map is mirrored, that they have not settled one of these sites. So either the Hittites went 1, 2, 3, or they did 1, 2, 3, according to the Greeks, right? So they're missing one of their sites. So that can be a reason to just chill and decide not to over-aggress. You also see 2 extra warriors in this situation after killing 1, which tells you that their build queues have been pumping out warriors. And if you're really clever, of course you could be wrong, all this stuff is just intuition, but you could even intuit, and or should I say assume, that one of these warriors would probably civic rushed. Now, we as observers know that actually is the case. So when you have that type of information, where you try to deduce that type of information, that can give you a sense of how much your opponent is pouring into this contest, and that helps you decide, do you want to keep pouring in your own investment into this contest, or do you want to just sit back, relax, focus on building yourself up, and let them waste their time on it? Any sign of doctors? No. We've actually just rushed out a slinger. And so this is actually a great example to cap off what I was just saying. So now we're rushing out a slinger in our capital. To Fluffy's question and point, we had a 4-turn doctor. What I would have preferred to do is maybe either just flat out rush out the doctor, but that's probably not worth it. Or what I would do with that, build the apprentice doctor and then maybe rush myself to master and get that extra science out if we're going to be burning civics for some reason. Yeah, so the rushed out slinger is not a good sign. Also, this is a reason not to build walls, because this entire time you could have been building another slinger or warrior, which would be ready soon in like 2 or 3 turns. And so the wall's going to do nothing for you in this entire game, ever. Because if there's ever an army at this city, you've lost the game. Or maybe you just haven't surrendered for some reason. But you've very likely lost the game if there's an army coming across this river. So, yeah, you could have a unit, you could have another unit, and you could be ready to contest this territory further. Personally, with the Greeks having such a shoddy order economy, I would cut my losses on this situation. Deduce that the Hittites probably civic rushed a warrior. I wouldn't have done it the same anyway, so I would be up in terms of overall civic stuff that I can use in the game. I'd be up about 300 or 400 civics, and I'd call that a decent enough trade. I lost a warrior, they lost a warrior, I lost another warrior, but they also spent 400 civics. So the warrior that I lost cost them 300 or 400 civics. Call it an even trade, and I'd just focus on this site or coming north or whatever, or just, developing my economy. That's how I would likely play it. Of course, I can get tunnel vision with the best of them as well and try to strong arm my way through a situation. But I feel like I would say, okay, I tried. Kudos to you. You'll get this site. I'm going to go for this one because I assume you're not going to bother me while I take this one because it's closer to my territory. I do have the tactician, and I think you'll be content to just try and get your own site. What did Greece get for their minister? Great question, Frederick. Always asking the good questions. So hard to keep up with everything. The minister is... must be dead by now. Unless we married it. Oh, I should say courtier, right? Yeah, I feel like the minister is dead because Sappho is from an event. Sappho is a monstrous 7 civics orator. So I think the starting civic is, I think this it turned 26 now, so I'm going to assume that the starting minister that we got must have died by now. Which is a bummer, to be honest. But yeah, we do have Sappho, which is fantastic. So that's nice. Chariots in 4 turns on the Hittites. We're getting spoked wheel for the Hittites. Building a garrison up in the Hittites. I was trying to do a stat recap, by the way. Let's look at improvements. I'm a little curious about that. 10 and 10. Nice. Yeah, 8 technologies for the Greeks to 4 for Hattie. That's not looking so hot. Which is, I don't understand what's happening there. I'm still confused by that. Because Hittites have more science. So are we just going deeper in the tree? This is the Hittite tech tree. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And probably a bonus card or 2. I mean, I guess I'm counting the starting technologies when I shouldn't be. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yep, there it is. 2 bonus cards and everything else. And the Hittites... Ooh, good news for the Hittites is they already have aristocracy and rhetoric. Which means sovereignty and machinery actually is not that far away. And they're getting chariots now, which I feel like probably won't help out, but they could, maybe? Because these warriors and slingers are... well, the warriors might be unlikely to upgrade to spears if we're going to rely on hoplites. So the chariots could still be useful there. Always nice to have routing units. Even if you're up against a spear-heavy nation like the Greeks, route is powerful enough that you still want to have a couple units that access the route. Of course, if you're the Hittites, you can just do that from your unique unit, so maybe spoked wheel's not that necessary. Or I don't know. I wonder how well a horse archer would do against hoplites. I've never tried it. But that could be funny. They certainly mess up spears okay. But horse archers into hoplites would actually be hilarious. Alright, I'm going to fill up my water cup, so I'm going to step off for a second. Oh, that's a bummer, yeah. So, Ant, if you rewatch this, doctors are very good in general. Stonecutters are... I mean, honestly, I suppose as far as a resourceless specialist goes, stonecutters are probably my favorite because who doesn't like increasing their civics income? One science, one civics, I kind of would actually take that most days. However, yeah, you probably want to be building doctors instead, especially because you want to get your doctor finished. And then, oh, you have Sappho? Yeah, you could get yourself an elder doctor here, man. And that would be, look, already more, this would be 8 science. So I'm going to map this out for you right now. This would be 3 turns. This would probably be another 4 turns. The next, the master. And then maybe 5 turns. But then ideally, like I was saying earlier, instead of civic rushing a slinger, maybe you build yourself up to master doctor and then civic rush the elder. Or maybe we get judge. Oh, beautiful. We have a judge in a 3 pearl patrons. I wouldn't even be using Sappho here. I would just put this judge in here, and I would rush myself an elder officer in 3 turns, and that would get us an extra 8 science right away. Good lord. So anyway, yes, I need water. Alright, we're back. We're healing. We have generals. What is this? A shrine. Generals. For the Greeks. Yeah, so I think they're going to go clear this site. And the Hittites will have to decide if they want to clear this site. I took a break, Jason. We're still here. I mean, let me know if you're still here, but I stepped away for a second, so we were just chilling. Alright, military drill in 4 turns for the Greeks. That's going to be nice. Getting barracks up and running early on these tiny maps. I mean, in general is great, but on these tiny maps is really nice. We're getting our garrisons down as well. Random miners. I mean, again, even if you want to do this, I'm not opposed to cranking out a couple of early Olympiads as Greece in these Sages cities. It's only 4 turns for 1 training. And you save yourself the citizen. I'm not opposed to deciding to do that. Take 8 turns And then, boom, there you go. You have as much base training as the average military city. You know, we can debate whether that's the most optimal thing to do, but I've done it and fine. But I don't know, I'm not really feeling the extra money. I guess it's more science. I suppose if you're going to do rural specialists on any family that isn't landowners, it might as well be sages, right? Because that still is extra science. And it is going to pop this border. Okay, I don't hate this as much. Alright. I probably don't hate this as much. We're popping the border. We're going to get this, the marble, which is important anyway. Going to get us this highway. Alright, so fine. Build the miner. Who cares? I get it. I get it. Yeah, Frederick, you're on it. Comments are slightly delayed, so you guys are like 30 seconds behind me or something like that. I don't know how it works, but I feel like you guys are a minute or so behind. But yeah, you get it. That's for the border collapse. Took me a second, but I figured it out. You are correct, and I don't hate it. That makes sense. That's fine. Building. Oh, are we doing the same thing up here? That's awesome. We're doing the same thing up here. Okay. Yeah, I dig it. All right, cool. That's wild. I'm pretty sure that's the exact same tile, too. Right next to the river. Right next to the river. Yeah, that's the exact same tile. That's really funny. That is really funny. They're both 2 turns away from it, too. That is some symmetry there. Crazy. Wait, do we have a tactician ruler for the Hittites? Tactician versus tactician. Looks like our schemer died, and now we have an eloquent, fierce, and cruel. That's a bit unfortunate. But eloquent and fierce is nice. I suppose, I mean, again, the map is small. We have workers out. You know, we're building our settler now. I guess cruel isn't as bad as it could be, to be honest. And we're a tactician, so we're not going to be governing anytime soon. Yeah, so minus 10% is probably not as bad as it could be, to be honest. Still not ideal, but yeah, that's not too bad. Spoked wheel in 2 turns for the Hittites. And let's take a peek at the known world according to our players, because I'm fairly certain neither of them, this is the Hittites, and this is the Greeks. Yeah, I'm operating under the very... Well, I mean, I guess the Greeks can see this. Look at this. Look at this. How could you start a war? Ant's pretty funny. Any other fun things? Marinara River. I'm pretty sure that's not a real name. Yeah, so, also, where are we at on culture? 3 turns? Yep, still looking at 32 strong for... Now, what's cool is we're going to get our tech at the same time as well. It doesn't matter because we have 1 more draw pile next. But yeah, I think it'll be... I think we'll be seeing Hoplite soon. Another real nice reason to try and get these baths up and running quickly. Although we need more farms. We need to be... We're building lots of quarries and iron, which is cool. But some of these river tiles should probably be farms, to be honest. Or maybe... Did we get trapping? We did get trapping. So maybe we put up this, this camp. That would be hugely helpful. I think we're seeing a migrated worker back here, which is nice. I kind of had already highlighted that earlier. You could just keep spamming units here, and we built this with a off-type worker. We're building this with an off-type worker. Obviously, losing the 1 turn sucks. You know, maybe we'll get around to building a worker at some point, but early game, early pressure. Now we get some improvements in the city. And we don't need to step off the gas of building warriors, so that's nice. Sword of the Gods is also gone now that we don't have our old ruler. So yes, the gods giveth and they taketh away. Indeed, indeed. This feels like a bold move trying to clear this with 1 unit. So hopefully we see some movement. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's better. There we go. Don't attack the Marauder. Attack this guy. Attack this guy. Attack the Skirmisher. Oh, you don't have the order. Never mind. Never mind. Ignore me. It's always fun observing and getting involved in like the movement of your players while you're observing, because it's easy to see the movements they're making and get invested, but then it's also easy to realize that they ran out of order. That was the last move that they could make. So yeah, that's funny. In fact, I'm curious about power score right now. The Greeks are stronger by just a little bit. Frederick is saying that with all the mines, it's likely that the Greeks will follow up with steel. Entirely possible. Earthquake, doom comes to the old world. Not a bad earthquake. In fact, this is arguably the smallest earthquake I think I've ever seen in this game. Normally they are massive. Oh, it is in fact a minor earthquake. Interesting. Okay. Although I feel like I've even seen minor earthquakes take up like half the screen. So I don't know. Nice. I think the Greeks will finally become aware of the fact that there is more cities left to be found. In fact, I'm pretty sure the Hittites have not yet met the Gauls or the Thracians. No, sorry, Scythians. So they're down a little bit of legitimacy for not being able to declare war yet. Treasury coming out in Mytilene. Oh, so here then... Oh, we're getting trapping now. Okay. Trapping for the Hittites. Another stun, another kill. Tactician helped us kill this thing with counterattack from last turn. That's nice. Yeah, so we're looking good here. Settler in 4 turns, yep. So the Greeks have 4 cities. We will soon have 4 cities. So all that hubbub in the center didn't really get anybody anything. But I guess... It was expensive, but in terms of the strategic layout of the land, I guess that's kind of a win for the Hittites, because they stopped the Greeks from taking this city, which would probably be really annoying long term. Now, the question of whether they'll be able to come out and get this city themselves is, of course, a dubious one. Building a chariot right away. Certainly not a bad time to do it. The Greeks still have plenty of units that are very routable. Of course, rout will even help us clear some camps. So getting a chariot out nice and early does seem like a decent idea. Building a garrison in that same city, Kadesh. Gold mine in Hattusa. Gold... There's 220 gold coming out of Hattusa. Oh, and we have a judge here, so hopefully we'll see some tile buying. I'd like to assume that the... not tile buying, specialist buying. I would like to assume that the elder shopkeeper was bought. And I think build queue-wise, I'm going to go ahead and assume that it was, in fact, purchased. In fact, yep, previously done 1 time, so that's nice. We purchased the elder shopkeeper. And honestly, when I have a location like this, I just go up and I purchase all the pearls. Just 1, 2, 3. I buy them outright because I think it's worth it for culture. I think it's worth it for income, personally. Maybe it isn't, but it's something I like to do. Getting food boost now. Or... Whoa! Spoked wheel on the Greeks. I was just talking about that. That's great. Okay. Yeah, so great. I don't feel like we need it, but it's still funny to see. Oh, and we're killing a scout. We're killing a Hittite scout. Oh, and there's another one out there too. He could have actually killed... Oh, he didn't have the orders. We're thinking he could kill and then stun. Alright. Well, that's a bummer for the Hittites. Always sucks to lose a scout, but thankfully when you're riders, you do have a spare. Though we have our first raid coming down. The Gauls are coming to raid the northern coast of Greece, which of course is going to be slightly annoying to deal with. And then we have not yet met the Scythians, but if we do meet them before the Hittites, if we meet them before the Hittites, then they will very likely send a raid in our direction as well. So our pagan holy city is in the capital. Okay. 3 turns left on our settler. Yeah, we're going to make fine progress on this camp. We'll kill this guy. We'll do 11 damage to this skirmisher, and we'll stun the camp once more. And then maybe even next turn everything died. Oh, we're going straight for the camp. That's also fine, I guess. Oh, and we crit! Beautiful. Beautiful. That was lovely. Fantastic. All right, so this guy's dead next turn. And everybody's happy. Any good chancellors? Not really. I mean, actually, the king consort, not too bad. 27 civics just from assigning a new chancellor? That's actually not too bad at all. Although I think he's our judge in the capital. No, he's our judge down. He's our governor down here. Okay. Yes, indeed, the Shrine of War has been built in the Trader's Seat. Or the capital, I guess. I mean, they're both the same, but I don't mind not tossing this in a military city. But I guess the capital is a little bit of a weird choice. We need to promote units 5 times. And we also need to build 2 range units and 2 mounted units for these legacy ambitions if we care about completing them. What should we bring in our third city here? I feel like we should just do another riders. In fact, given the size of the map, I think every city that I founded for the rest of the game as the Hittites would just be all riders. Because you can really get... Well, that's one of the things that I like about the Hittites, is you can really get away with deprioritizing both patrons and traders. So, since we have both of them, you could spam that third family indefinitely if you wanted to. Almost indefinitely, because the patrons especially can tank a lot of envy very easily. But also, so can any decent traders spot. More or less, I suppose. Oops, all riders. Yes, indeed. Personally, my favorite thing to, since this is actually my favorite faction, the Hittites. My favorite thing to do to the Hittites is settle either a patrons or traders capital if the location supports it, and or if there's a location nearby. Basically you settle one of these, ideally patrons, because they never have discontent issues, and then yes, I spam nothing but riders and landowners thereafter. I've had in one duel, I had something absurd. It was a tiny map, not a dual map, but I had something crazy like 17 cities or something like that. and only one of them was a patron city, and all of the other cities were hunters, were riders and landowners. And if you can think of that from the idea of how much growth that is, the fact that every single city you founded has extra 2 growth, regardless of its location, and then of course how quickly any resource tiles like quarries and things like that are coming online. Yeah, it's a fun time. Fun time. That's probably one of my favorite ways to build the Hittites. Spoked wheel in 9 turns for the Greek. We're building another random miner in this city in garlic bread, while we have a barracks being under construction. The barracks is nice. It's going to pop us into these pearls, which is pretty sweet. Again, kind of same thing. If you're really looking for training in this particular case, because you happen to be the Greeks, 6 turns on our barracks, 6 turns for an Olympiad number 2. If you really want training, then I would have just built the Olympiad. But maybe he also wants metal. Maybe this is like really trying to ramp up his metal income, because we're building more mines. And with the miners, maybe this is very, very focused around getting as much metal as possible. I definitely understand that. I think I've done stuff like this with landowners where it's not as hard, or it doesn't feel as costly to build the rural specialists. But, I don't know. I suppose as long as you win, it doesn't matter, right? Garrison coming out. Nice to see all the garrisons. Every city except the capital. The capital needs their garrison. In fact, that's super important because we're already strong. So the free hoplites are going to come out, assuming we draw them next turn, but that's not guaranteed. But if let's say we draw them after, not next turn, but once Spoked Wheel is done, that's going to be something like 8 plus 10 minus some bonuses. That's going to be like 14 turns from now, give or take. No. Yeah, maybe. That's probably like a turn 48 bonus hoplite if it comes out in our hand next turn. Not next turn. Next draw. Forgive me, I keep saying next turn. I mean next draw. Trapping now for the Hittites coming out next turn. Getting a pasture online, which is lovely. No religions, by the way. Turn 33 and not a single religion founded. Despite the fact that there are 2 shrines in Hatti. And, well, actually there are no shrines in Greece. But yeah, don't see that all the time. Nobody really prioritizing Zoroastrianism. The Hittites have a clear shot at it now. The Hittites opted to go for this stonecutter first, which is kind of okay. I'd probably do a festival here. Reform is also okay. I like the projects once they get very low, once they get very quick. A 2-turn 4-1 is actually not that bad at all. It's an extra 1.5 civics, pretty painlessly. I would probably do the festival in this case though, because it gets us that extra citizen 1 turn quicker, which would get me an acolyte, which is more science. One turn for the settler coming out. 1 turn. Lots of stuff happening in 1 turn. Settler, trapping, gold mine. Oh, and another earthquake. Earthquake hits Drunkenmeister. And theirs is not a minor one. Theirs has hit everything. All 3 cities. And nearly every single... the Greeks had just 1 unit damaged from their earthquake. Oh, and raiders are coming now, too. So doom has come to the Hittites. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 units have been affected by this earthquake. That's crazy, man. But the Raiders were hit a little bit too, so that's nice. The Greeks are making progress on this northern camp, and they still have their starting ruler, by the way. Politics in Hattusa are great. Friendly traders, pleased patrons, and decently content riders. How politics in Greece? Politics in Greece are pretty okay too. Champs are a little grumpy, but that's alright. And then the other two families are pleased. We've spotted the raid coming in from the coast, and we've allocated one warrior to deal with it. Should probably bring a second one. Building military units in a lot of our cities. A warrior in the champ seat, slinger in a sage's city, and a warrior coming out of the capital. I think round 3 is going to be so interesting. Because round 3 will have the first meeting of people who won their first match against people who lost their first match. Where the winners of their first match went on to lose the second match, and the losers of their first match went on to win their second match. There's going to be some interesting pairings, I think. I think the pairings are going to get more and more interesting as we go along. Opting to build the garrison without healing. I mean, I guess honestly that really doesn't make a difference. You're either going to spend the turn healing and then build, or you're going to build it and then, either way it's going to be a 6-turn garrison from this turn anyway. So if the priority is to get the garrison up, then you may as well just build it now and then heal afterwards, I suppose. Decent border boost. And our settler has come out this turn as well, so we can border boost this city. That's nice timing. Yep. Did select the border boost, makes sense. Got a bit of healing to do. Still have decent scouting from the Hittites here, though. And I suppose from the Greeks. Wow, this is a cool map. I really like the donut maps. Oh, we're taking the fight to the Raiders. All right. I feel like we didn't really need to do that, but there you go. Yeah. Seems like the fun has stopped, though. We have Ravioliville, garlic bread, all caps, by the way, on bread. And then the other two are just regular Greek cities, so maybe he lost his sense of humor when he started getting into the tango with the Hittites. Did we force march this? That seems a bit unnecessary. Did we dump a bunch of training to force march that? Alright, so we went with a second patron's city. Well, we definitely will not hurt for civics, so that's nice. And for the first time in a long while, a new site has been cleared. The Greeks have secured their central site along this corridor, which is going to be a nice grab for them because this gives them access to the sea just out, the central sea that just borders the Hittites. And I would feel inclined to place a champion city here and try to get myself some naval supremacy. And there's a really nice bay to do this. Look at the think of this location tactically for a moment. if we put a city here and then start trying to get ships put out into the water, even if the Hittites already had some control here, it'd be very hard to wrest control from the Greeks, because you can plug this location with just one bireme, giving only one area the Hittites could attack it, allowing you to heal, and then you can fill this with more biremes. And while it feels like the puzzle would be the same thing, like trying to get out, you can then line this coast with things like slingers and stuff. So it actually would be easier for you to shoot your way out of this ravine into the rest of the sea than it would be for the Hittites to break in. So this is a really nice defensive bay. So I'd be looking to put champions here and think to myself, if I can control this sea with a few biremes, that puts a lot of pressure on my opponent. Because then it would make it harder for them to come clear this site too, if I could do that quickly. I feel like the Hittites will have no issue coming down south and clearing this, though, should they want to. They do now know that the sites are down here. 2 slingers coming out, which will give us the 2 range units for our ambition, and then we'll just need 1 more chariot. Was it last tournament that always had fun names for a bunch of cities? I'm not sure. I know Aaron used to rename stuff after players, so you might be thinking of that. But there might have been a player who had quirky names for stuff, too. Bullmoose. I think Bullmoose always has fun names for his stuff. I think he's another guy who renames stuff. I have neither the patience nor the time to do such silly things. Old world is serious business. Another raid coming for the Greeks. Should be easy enough for them to handle, though. Oh, I hate this, though. I'll always be mindful of where these units are going to land. And put your units on top of these types of things because, oh, it didn't pillage. That's nice. Normally, they'll step on these things and immediately pillage, which can be super annoying to deal with. Spoked wheel in 4 turns for the Greeks. We're actually doing lots of off-type building here, which I kind of don't like because we're using 2 patron cities, workers in a sage city. 3, actually. Which, I mean, I guess makes sense if we built 3 workers anyway. So part of this makes sense, but what I would do after finishing this barracks with the sage worker is I would swap the sage worker back into the sage city. I probably would do this right now, actually. I'll bring this patron worker up here and get started on maybe another barracks right here. And then I just have the sage worker return home. Greece has no desire to feed their people. I think they're going to come back to haunt them. Negative 24 food per turn. Although I guess we'll finally get access to all these fish up here once our... Where is a settler? So our settler is done. Are we not... Where is our set... Oh, here it is. Here it is. Yeah. What? Civic rushing an archive. I mean, I guess it's an archive too. So surprisingly, I don't hate that as much as I thought I would. I probably wouldn't do it myself. But if we really want Spoked Wheel to chug along and we're trying to get to those free hoplites, I can get behind it. This is going to be an extra 20 science into the tech tree, which is basically almost a full extra turn of our science. We're making 31 science. So, what is that? That's like half a turn. And then it's going to increase our science by nearly 1 science per turn. Yeah, I don't know. I can get behind it, I suppose. I'm not impartial to the archives in general. Probably not worth the civic rush, but I guess we have tons of civics and nothing else to do with them at the moment. What about governors, though? Because this is... Note, that has a builder. I mean, yeah, we're all governed up except for the champion seat as well, so... Yeah, I guess we don't really have much to do with our civics. Of course, it's always nice to hang on to them in the event that you need to use them for anything important, such as laws when they come online and stuff like that, but... Some people like to burn their stuff too. Is Greece urban locked in the capital? Well, first of all, they're ready to build another bath, so they should get on that. I think they're fine. I would bulldoze the quarry. I mean, I guess we would need to build a shrine or hamlet at some point. I'd bulldoze this quarry. And then I'd build a shrine or hamlet somewhere here. Probably bulldoze the lavender. Collapse all this and put my urban districts out here. But yeah, they're both kind of... I mean, the Hittites figured it out. The Hittites put their shrine here, and then they're going out. Also, it looks like we have a wonder, so I wonder what it is. It's the Yazdalakaya. How thematic is that? That's lovely. Lovely. First of all, I actually love building that. One of the reasons why I love that wonder so much is because it synergizes with the Hittites. So it's really nice. Automatic extra 2 civics per city. So if you build that and the stupa in Hattie, it gets really gross. Your civic output gets really gross very quickly. And I just think civics are amazing. I think I would rate civics, honestly, as more important than science, to be honest. Ooh, Archive 2 finished. This is a huge payoff. This is a huge payoff. So we got an event from it, too, which gives us the ability to get another 40 science. So that makes the rushing of it so much less painful. We just rushed out our Archive 2, getting us our 20 science, and now we can spend another 2 legitimacy and get an additional 40 science, which basically increases the value of that archive by 3 times. So that's huge. That's a great payout. Or we could just get a little bit of extra science and extra legitimacy. Either one of these options are fantastic since we dumped the civics into this archive. So that's really, really nice payoff there for the Greeks. Alcaris. Today I've learned the sages have special archives. I love how much you play this game and how much you archive stuff about this game. Speaking of archives, with like references, and then yet you still learn stuff like that. It's always fun. But yeah, I mean, every family has a collection of their own events. By the way. And no, I don't have them all memorized. But families and archetypes all have events associated exclusively to them, as well as any other things that may very well trigger events. I don't have them all memorized. I have probably half of them memorized. Oh, did I miss the Merc event? Did I miss the Merc Axe event? Sinumi says in chat that the Merc Axe event showed up in Greece, I'm assuming. And yeah, all this negative food coming back to haunt you. That's another thing. That's another thing to that's important about managing your economy early. And another reason why I think discipline is the underrated... Not underrated. Everybody loves discipline. But that's why I think I would, if I had to choose... Oh, we're coming to attack here! Where did you guys come from? Holy shit! Ah, perfect! Chariot time? Whoa! How did we do that? 14 order... Oh, you know, I know how we did that. The Hittites get to ignore hill movement. Boss. Great move from Drunkenmeister. We also have the tactician now, and the Greeks do... Oh, the Greeks still do have a tactician. But we killed the tactician. We just... Well, we didn't kill it, but... Awesome. And the tactician is actually now ill as well. But yeah, we just killed the unit that it was on. Great move. Great move. And there's a raid down here, so... Oh, we did get that Merc Axe. We did manage to get the Merc Axe for Greece, so that's great news. I thought we weren't able to get it, but we did get it. And it was probably just more expensive because we had to sell a bunch of shit to get the money for it. Alright, so tough pickle for the Greeks. They will lose a slinger here. And they now, once again, have a settler with nowhere to go. They've been sitting on this settler for quite a while now. And it looks like the champions are now angry with us. And we've generated a rebel. So lots and lots of chaos happening in Greece right now at the moment. What on earth are you doing with this guy? This settler has advanced forward. And so that's going to be a dead settler next turn. I suppose... What would I do in this situation? Well, yeah, no. If I move my tactician up here, the settler will be zone of controlled out of this location. It can't get to the site. So I could move my settler up here and stun this guy, which would allow my chariot to come either... Well, now there's another slinger. Oh, yeah. This is looking really good for the Hittites all of a sudden. This is looking really good for the Hittites all of a sudden. We'll have 14 orders. We have 100 training. We can force march this warrior to this location, scoring a kill on a slinger, stunning the other slinger. So I'd move this. I'd swap these guys. Yeah. Swap the tactician up, stun the slinger on this site, force march this warrior into the region, kill this slinger with the chariot and the warrior. And then thank you for clearing the site for me. And that's going to give us a border across this region. This is a huge win for the Hittites. Holy crap. That's the value of scouting, guys. Okay, or we're going for the settler first. Fine. All right, so that's going to be a political opinion hit. Not too bad, though. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh, did I just learn something new? Apparently you don't get the worker penalty. Oh, so I guess the worker penalty is literally just for workers. I thought it counted settlers too. But I mean, I guess we still lost 100 food and a settler. So it's that penalty enough. No one's going to do civilian body blocking with a bunch of settler spam, I don't think. So I don't think we need to penalize that any further. Hattie should rush out this second chariot. Yes, 100%. But still, really good position for these guys to be in. And we did stun this. So this guy's stunned. This guy's zone locked. So that's going to be a dead... What was it? Warrior, a dead settler, a dead slinger, and a dead other slinger. And honestly, maybe even instead of a... We have 600 civics. Honestly, I have to say, maybe even instead of a chariot right now, rush out a settler. You can afford it. Buy it right now. Rush it out right now. And start marching it up. I actually might rush out the settler here. Just because I am up against champions. I don't know what they're fully capable of. They are similar to me. Is the tactician still on the throne? The tactician's still on the throne for now. I would know that they're ill. But maybe I wouldn't want to risk it. Honestly, I don't think the Greeks are going to be able to do anything to come back from this particular position. So maybe I don't need to rush it. But still, getting that other city out sooner rather than later could be nice, simply because I know that we've been behind on city tempo in general. We sat at 3 cities to Greece's 4 for quite some time. We are seeing a rush chariot out, though. That's cool. Oh, and building a granary as well. All right, so we're seeing some rushing. That's the other thing I love about the Hittites. you can really slam that rush button early on, and you don't lose much for it. Like, I feel like for any other nation, you kind of get into a position where you think, oh, well, now I'm going to be behind in my law tempo, right? It doesn't really feel that way for the Hittites all that often because their civic income is just so solid. And the Greeks are going to be stuck dealing with this raid for a while. So yeah, that's a huge, huge win for the Hittites. I am blown away by that development. I didn't even see that. I don't even remember what I was talking about before that happened, to be totally honest. And of course, it doesn't matter. We're going steel now for the Greeks. So whoever called that out in chat was either Frederick or Sinumi or somebody else. You were 100% correct. All this mine metal spamming was destined for a steel grab. Very interestingly unit heavy for the Greeks here. We're seeing steel, we're seeing spoked wheel, all before turn 50. Not necessarily saying that's bad, but it's an interesting tech path. The tactician leader has just been assigned now. Right here. On another warrior. Might make sense to get your tactician in Hattie on a chariot, since you probably don't want to get a chariot stun locked. Maybe we'll toss him on this chariot back here when it comes out. What are the chancellors in Greece? Any good ones? Ooh, the prince baby uncle, has just actually gone on this unit, which is a bad idea because, again, if your units die with a character on it, that character could die too. So yes, you want to use your strong rulers and stuff as good generals, but not one that's very imminently about to die. But he had a crazy stats as a chancellor. I'll have to check next turn, but it was something like 30 training and 20 civics, I think. A settler indeed will not help you when you're dead. But honestly, the Hittites have enough civics right now that they could have afforded to rush out both. Rushing out a slinger? That feels a bit much, but here we are. We're going to see the Hittite economy at play here. Because if we hop on over to Greece, yes, they have their metal and their stone, which is quite nice, but they really have a crazy deficit on food here and no money. If we hop on over to the Hittites, we have decent stone, not really great metal, but it's positive, only minus 11 food, and way more money per turn. And now we're also civic rushing units each turn. So I think it will soon be the Greeks who find themselves overwhelmed by unit output here in this map. Too bad there's no real place for this scout to go to get a better peek at things. I suppose down here? Or honestly out into the ocean in general, since we have exploration active. In fact, speaking of which, there are 2 laws in Hattie now. Exploration and centralization. Yeah, growth from chancellors is nice. But I think I don't mind. Like this guy, for example, we're actually losing 0.6 growth, but we're gaining 18 civics and 13 training per turn. And especially on a smaller map like this, where I'm pretty much already fully expanded, I absolutely would take that trade. That's pretty solid, in my opinion. Or this fella up here, which is 27 civics per turn. That's awesome. He pays himself back in 4 turns and then some. I mean, this guy's a little bit old. He's 49, but even still. Yeah, chancellors are pretty decent. I think they're a little underrated, to be honest. I like them. And of course, since I've been trying out stirrups and stuff way more often these days, I've become acquainted with having a chancellor up and running relatively early more often. And I like it because another thing that's fun to do too is to actually, I think when you have really nice income like this, 500 gold per turn, I'm also partial to spamming family gifts a little bit. It gets you XP on the character. And like this Riders family, for example, we could pop them up to pleased very easily with just a couple of family gifts, run 2 or 3 of those, and even though it decays, it will linger for quite a while, and that's quite nice as well. So yeah, I've become a bit more, and suggesting people for clergy can be another nice way to boost opinions through boosting religious opinion as well. So yeah, lots of, and they get XP when they do that too, because it's a mission. You always get XP when you do missions. So yeah, lots of neat stuff to do with the Chancellor. And youch. Yeah, we're stunned now too on our ruler. Yeah, we just walked into the field. And again, the thing about this is like, sure, you want your unit on your general on a unit that you're going to use, but you want to put them in a safer spot. You don't want to put them in a spot where they're going to immediately get attacked and or killed, because again, you could run into wounded, you could run into blind, scarred. Well, I mean, I guess scarred's kind of good, right? Or if once this unit dies, we could lose this heir, and this is a really nice heir. 4 courage, 5 courage, 4 charisma, 2 discipline, zealot. That's divine, and it has a dog. Oh, great news about the dog though is if a character's about to die with the dog will save you. So that's fun and dramatic and traumatizing. But yeah, if you die, or at least one of the death events, if you have a dog, when it triggers, you can choose an option where the dog dies instead. So there you go. There you go. Still, we got strong early. And no other bath coming up, no doctors. For the EQC asking me specifically, what do I look for in a Chancellor with Stirrup Rush? If we're talking the UIZ Stirrup Rush, or I suppose just in general, training. I consider that the most important. So a Zealot. Ideally, I can get a Zealot with a little bit of wisdom on it. That way he's not draining my growth. But I'm looking for training, especially as a USC, because that whole trick is training heavy. The Step Riders themselves cost 100 trading, and then the upgrade to Horse Archers is another 100 trading. So you want to make sure that you have really, really good training income, and that's one of the reasons why I actually like Schemer on them for the adoption, because you're going up to portcullis anyway, so really you kind of luck out, because it doesn't really matter what your heir ends up becoming, the adopted one, because either way you're going to get yourself a really nice Chancellor, which you need, or you'll get yourself a really nice Spy Master, which you need. So ideally, I think if we were choosing, would probably choose the Spy Master for at least for the heir, for like, speeding up the pipeline a little bit. But if you end up with a Chancellor, then that's not a big deal either. And since you would be doing, what do I do? Normally, philosophy. That Chancellor will probably have, excuse me, wisdom anyway. It will have wisdom. So, yeah, philosophy education on the adopted heir, go up to portcullis, and you either get a nice wisdom-fueled Spy Master, or if you have the option to choose a Zealot, then you get a really nice Chancellor that's going to give you training and also growth in your cities. So that's basically my quick UAG stirrup pipeline tip, I guess. Maybe I'll make a video on it or write a guide or something. Master Acolyte coming out in Tuanua, and we're rushing. Liking to see the rushing. Always fun to hard build the apprentices and then rush up to Elder with some of these things. Still no religion anywhere. So a little bit wild to me. Well, this is an Acolyte. Do we have an Acolyte coming out here? No, we're building a regular stone. I'm not getting the regular stone cutter from these guys. Not understanding that, really. Especially because we're building... I don't mind building the quarry on top of the lavender. Nothing wrong with doing that early and then grabbing the grove later if you get land consolidation or, you know, just prioritizing the stone. But in the event that I would want to grab land consolidation and then the grove later, I don't like building the stone cutter because that feels like a waste. Yes, and Frederick points out, philosophy students have all three chancellor archetypes. Let's look this up, because don't they have tacticians too? Let's take a peek. Yeah, they also have tacticians. So the philosophy student has all three chancellor types and a tactician and a scholar. So you are, if you're doing that, either portcullis specifically, or if you're doing the Yuji stirrup rush, which ultimately involves portcullis, philosophy is your best bet, because you're either going to get a decent chancellor or decent spy master, and there's pretty much no other alternative. You're just going to get one of those two, which is great. My preferred characters for my heir specifically to be would either be tactician, scholar, or zealot, because those give me the three things that I want the most. But not the end of the world if you get a judge or a builder. All right, really, really looking crazy over here for the Hittites. Sorry, getting back to this game. Thanks for bearing with me, because we are now stronger on the Hittites. We've rushed out a couple of units. We have another chariot coming out. And the thing that's going to kill the Greeks here is their science rate. This is really unfortunate because the Greeks had access to architecture on turn 7. Built a bath right away, by the way, and just never put any doctors in here. So we could already be looking at an elder doctor. We got... strong culture on turn 32, if I recall. So we probably could have had another bath and potentially another elder doctor, because I think we have judges. Yep, we have a judge lying around. So with a little bit better food economy and economic management and planning, we could be having 2 elder doctors in our capital right now here on turn 41. I truly believe we could have achieved that by this stage in the game, and that would be really nice because they would be strong doctors, which would mean they would be 10 science to pop. So if we had both of them right now, we'd be making 50 science per turn. So now is as good a time as any to check the science stat. The science between both players is more or less the same. In fact, the Greeks have 100 science in the tech tree over their opponent. But that gap could have been even further. And then the most important thing we want right now, because there are 2 chariots in the field, 1 more coming down the pipeline, is the Greeks want their Hoplite bonus card in their hand and researched in like the next 10 turns. And if we look over at the Greek hand, that's not going to happen, because it's going to be 6 turns to steal. We're lucky. We have a large draw pile. We're lucky if we even get the Hoplites. It's something like, what's that, a 40% chance that it's going to end up in our hand, or 60? Whatever. Math. And then we need to research the damn thing. Baby on the throne! Wait a minute. Wait a minute. We're the Greeks. Unavailable. Dead. So this guy was ill, and he got mourning. Dude, did it happen? Did I miss it? Is this what I've been talking about? Wait, let me look at the notable event. Killed in action! Oh, no! Guys, this is what I'm telling you about. I mean, yes, it's inevitable that your leader, ruler, the general is going to be in danger, right? You're going to use them to attack. They're going to charge in the battle. Of course they are. But this is why you do not, if you have a unit out in the open that's going to die, you don't just put them on any... And we saw this happen down here. I was giving you the advice that if your ruler ever gets trapped and the unit's going to absolutely die, get him off the unit. Assign him to a different general. Or just make him remove like remove them from the unit. And then up here, same kind of issue. You don't just toss in a general, because look at this. We had an amazing air. And this is why I love these events, because I know lots of players, you know, some of them, like, you know, they recoil a little bit at the RNG element of this. However, this is still a tactical, strategic consideration on the part of the players. You need to keep the character safe. You need to keep the unit safe. If you're, like, obviously, inevitably, it's possible that your rulers may die in combat. That's a thing that's going to happen. But, like, there's still that layer of you don't want to front line with your best character, or at least not without the ability to, like, reinforce and protect them after they take a kill or whatever, because you could end up in this shitty situation where now we have a baby on the throne, and this dude was awesome. 4 charisma, 5 courage, 2 discipline, divine zealot. Apparently the dog did not save him, by the way. I was talking about how the dog would save him, and I guess that did not happen. Oh, man. Yeah, and for more punishment from the god, it's exactly. Watch the next hand be vaulting, portcullis, comp bow, and I guess would have labor force as the cheapest option. But yeah, that would be brutal. So not looking so hot for the Greeks. We finally wrapped up this. Oh, don't build walls! Beefaroni Village. This is the thing. You're staring down the barrel of a gun that's coming to wipe you out. The wall isn't going to save you. Another slinger is going to save you. So look at this comparison here. We have 5 turns to a wall, and it's actually just ticked over. So it would have been 6 turns to a wall or 7 turns to a slinger. The slinger is actually going to help you in this battle, and this is what you need to win. You need to win this battle. You don't need to make sure that they can't take this city, because if they take your champion seat, you're frickin' screwed anyway. Like, oh boy. Bad wall choices and doomed generals. Yeah. I mean, that's the general thing of the level of nuance that it's so hard to think of until you're, like, watching it in the moment, right? Like, when I observe these games, that's the type of stuff that I think of. And when I play these games, that's the stuff that I think of, I guess. But sometimes it's even easy to lose track of, I suppose. But yeah, you got to watch out for those death events. And mostly the best agency you have in those situations is just to, if you know if your turn rolls over, and you know that no matter what you are gonna do, that the unit that your ruler on is gonna die this next turn. Well, basically you have 2 choices. Can you do an action with that ruler that matters enough that you're willing to risk it? So, like, are you gonna kill your opponent's unique unit? Are you going to kill your opponent's ruler in like, you say you're stuck in a heavy combat, or like get that onager dead that you need the onager to die, or maybe you're on a chariot, so you're going to get a big route chain. Tons of reasons to stay in combat, even if you know you're going to die. However, if you don't have a big objective that you're going to achieve by actually using that ruler, and you know your ruler is going to die next turn, just reassign him to somebody else. Get him back to the homeland. Get him back to a different unit that's better protected, if you have the training. Because otherwise he might die. Not always, but it's a chance, and sometimes it's not a chance you want to take. Oh, family luxury things, yeah. It's hard. It's hard to think of the things. Like, you know what? For those of you who watch the channel, maybe that's something you guys could help me out with. Maybe as I go on these rants, because everyone's heard me talk about walls. Everyone's heard me talk about forts. Well, if you watch this game and the last game from Ant, you heard me go on the rant about sending luxuries to the family. Maybe if someone would just, like, make a little note about things Scion is bitching about this time, right? That way, after I have a little stack of 5 to 10 things that I've been complaining about for the last month, then yeah, I can go make a video. But the thing is when I start thinking about, like, oh, what type of content am I going to make? I can never think of the stuff in the moment. I only think of the stuff, at that time. I can only think of the stuff in the moment while I'm watching the players make the mistakes. Hittites are pressing on in this moment, looking really, really good for Drunkenmeister. Amazing how much a simple tactical decision can change the tide of a battle. His ability to cross this threshold and take out the tactician of his opponent And now the Zealot is down. We have a Scholar. I mean, a pretty decent Scholar as far as we're concerned, actually. That's not too bad. But really could use the Zealot in this moment, I think, to be honest, because we'd be able to... Actually, we wouldn't be able to rush because we don't have a religion. Yeah, so that is... It's amazing the way these battles can swing so quickly. We do have a stunned unit here. This guy's going to be able to escape and heal up. There's also a raid. My favorite thing to do is attack when a raid is happening. I think it's so troll and fun. Wait, is pined. Pause. Just unpause when you are ready. Okay, I'm ready. The game is paused. Oh, we think we missed a turn? Interesting. I mean, it's paused now, so somebody had to have hit pause. Anyway, yeah, it's crazy how the momentum of these games can shift so quickly. Yeah, Frederick, good call out on that too. And we were discussing this, I think for a different reason. I think I was talking about onagers at the time. The idea of like maybe onagers could be valuable against the hoplites. The idea of pre-clearing all of these hills. But if you look at this specifically, I think you're right. I think the Hittites did actually specifically give themselves a clear path across all these hills. I don't recall what the forest looked like beforehand. I know this was all forest, I believe. So yeah, then this was all forest. In which case, yeah, they did get themselves a clear line. That's brilliant. I love that. I love that. That doesn't make it. Why would Drunken? It was paused. I think they're confused. The game was paused until just now. And Drunkenmeister saying, I thought I paused it. Well, somebody paused it. Yeah. Ant says 1 moment. Drunkenmeister says pause, and just unpause it when you're ready. And I think probably what's confusing them is I think it was Drunkenmeister's turn when it was paused. So Drunkenmeister just took a turn while it was paused. What the heck does that mean? What? Hey, he's taking this way too seriously. I mean, maybe I could go back and review the footage because I was talking about all sorts of stuff, but I think all that happened was Drunkenmeister played a turn while he was paused. I mean, it's possible that Ant lost a turn, but I don't think Ant lost a turn. I think, Meister just got a turn while the game was paused, which, I mean, whatever, that's not the end of the world. Because somebody would have paused the game. Anyway, cold bath being built in garlic bread. That's a fun sentence. Not. I feel like the player hasn't been healing his workers. Or am I getting that mixed up? I don't think either of these players have been healing these workers. So there's the tip. Your workers take longer to build stuff if they're damaged, so heal them if they take damage. Because I feel like the last time these guys took damage was that earthquake that happened, I don't know, 5-10 turns ago. So I don't know why they would still be damaged other than the fact that we have not been healing them. A raid has hit Maladia. So the Scythians has come to say hello once more. And it looks like we got it covered. Hit strong culture in Hattusa, so I'm curious about something. Discard pile. Wouldn't that be funny? Wouldn't that be funny if the heavy chariots show up before the hoplites do? It'd be wild. Wall in Beefaroni Village. Worker in Ravioliville. Yeah, what could we do? What could we do? I mean, I guess all we have is warriors and slingers, and that's a crappy thing about not having any anti-rout against a chariot nation early enough. And of course, we do know that both Phalanx or if you're really on top of your game with Greece, you could be getting some version of hoplites around now, whether it's just the bonus or all 4 laws. However, definitely goes to show the challenge of not having something that can compete with a chariot in the first half of the game, because they do really mess you up. Routing a bunch of warriors and slingers is never a good time for the person who owns those warriors and slingers. And we do have a settler coming up, which is great news. So I suspect we'll see riders here, or probably traders, because it is a good trader spot, but I probably wouldn't care about that too much. I'd probably just pop riders here anyway. Use the culture to get myself higher culture levels and just call it a day. I think I would be in kill mode at this point. I would absolutely be in kill mode. Although this city is going to be hard to take. It's a champ seat that we can only occupy 2 tiles in front of. Although I guess the chariots can get around. Yeah, the chariots can get around. Moving up and fortifying in a location like this is also a bad idea. First of all, you rarely want to defend in front of a city once the city's actually under siege. And secondly, if we were going to do something fortification-wise, you stand on the garrison. That would be a good bonus, and that would prevent the chariot from getting across. But third, you basically just tossed away an attack, because this unit's definitely going to die next turn. Like, 100% going to die. So even if you wanted to move him here, you could have at least taken the damage off of this marauder, and that would have been worthwhile. But this unit's 100% dead. Snap pointing out that the wall is driving him nuts because this city literally has a wall of mountains protecting it. Yep. And I'm only going to keep bringing that up in the event that our players, if they come back and view these games, please take all of our criticisms with the sincerest intention of wanting you to get better at the game. Wanting you to enjoy the game. Like, you don't have to be a min-maxer. You don't have to be super crazy. We're not trying to, turn everybody into elite players. But it's tiny little things like this that add up. And so if you cut them out of your gameplay, even in single player, by the way, you'll have a smoother game. And, you'll be able to do stuff that you didn't think was possible. Good way to learn. Yeah, I think so. The Hittites are stronger now. In fact, let's take a look at that power score now. Oh, wow, guys, look at this. That's really bad. They would be similar at this point if this bar was still up here. But that's really nice use of the rushing of the chariots. Another chariot coming out 3 turns. Really great use of an opening from Drunkenmeister. So this is definitely his game to lose. I think Greece is a really tough spot. And this is the other thing about the things like the walls is like, or like not building your doctors. Those are going to be the types of things that add up in the long run, and just it's not going to help you out. It's not going to help you come back. We did add traders up here. I know that feels a little overkill to me, but whatever, no big deal. Still more economy, still a good spot. And we've collapsed our borders now, so we can actually migrate a trader's worker over here and gobble all this stuff. In fact, I would even sell this stuff to the trader city now that we're here. Might as well get the most out of it, right? Tile swap these borders into the trader city. You take a little bit of opinion hit, but we have decent enough opinion. Not amazing, but decent enough opinion that we can float that. And now we can see the Gauls up north. And we've moved in to... What? Why did we attack a raider? I think we attacked this raider because Drunkenmeister really does feel bad about the possibility of skipping some or all of the Greek players' turns. So is he just trying to... He's trying to help his opponent take out this raider. Okay, I dig it. Good on you, sir. Mistakes happen. Even if it did happen, I mean, mistakes happen. That's funny, though. So, what we need now for the Hittites is slingers. We don't have much in the way of ranged units. We have 2 slingers over here. And we need a few more. We have our tactician over here because that's how we're going to bring the city down. Okay, so this is a wall that kind of makes sense. And the reason why this wall makes sense and these other 2 didn't is because we're on a small map where it's, you know, I don't know, 14 cities in total, something like that. So our opponent has 5 cities. We have 4 cities. As I've said earlier, that is not an insurmountable difference. The player with 4 cities could win that game. And even here, if the Hittites got a 6th city, the player with 4 cities could still win that game. But this is what, so that's why this wall makes sense. In a champ seat, it's probably overkill, to be honest, because you're taking up champ seat build queue. But just for the sake of the argument, this wall makes sense because if this city falls, you've lost the game. So that's why you don't need a wall in garlic bread or beefaroni village, because if my spaghetti is no longer on the table, then there's no more dinner. Dinner's off. There will be no garlic bread, no beefaroni, no ravioli. It all relies on the spaghetti staying in the game. So, that makes sense. This makes sense. Always sucks to use a build queue of champions on anything other than crapping out a bunch of units, but at least this one makes sense. Snap saying, my single player experience improved dramatically watching the last. Yeah, there's a lot of transference. I'm fully converted to multiplayer now, by the way. I think every game except 5 in the last 2 months that I've played have all been multiplayer games. But I wasn't a multiplayer gamer in this game for a long time. And so lots of the skills are transferable. And so it goes both ways. You can learn... You'll probably be a lot better at multiplayer than you think if you're coming from mostly multiplayer experience, assuming that you're at least somewhat decent at the game. And then the other thing is true. Yeah, I think lots of non-multiplayer players are learning tons of stuff about the game from watching from the tournament, and that's one of the things that make it so cool, because we all get to like talk and learn and have kind of like a collective shared gameplay experience. And that's what I think makes these games so fun. And that's what I miss from Civilization, to be honest, because I was a big Civ 4 fan. And oh, we have free chariots coming out now for the Hittites. So hilariously, are you kidding me? We had a discard pile. We now have a full draw pile. We had a full discard pile, and we pulled the free heavy chariot immediately. That's incredible. That is so troll. The gods are on the side of the Hittites this game, and yeah, we're gonna keep an eye on the steel swap because we could still end up not pulling free hoplites. I think the odds are fair that we will, but that would be so funny. But yeah, the one thing I miss about the Civ kind of franchise / community was like when I played Civ 4, I remember something on Civ Fanatics, the Nobles Club, right? There's a bunch of people who played Civilization 4 on the mid to low range difficulty of Noble, or maybe it wasn't even that. They played even below Noble, right? But they all wanted to practice to get good enough to actually beat the game at Noble. So I love the whole file sharing element, the whole we're all playing from the same save file, and then we're talking about the story of the game that we're playing and also the decisions that we're going to make. So in Civilization, a very probably an experience some of you probably remember is like, you know, posting a picture of a starting area and saying, you know, trying to map out where you should settle your cities. You know, which cities should claim which resources and all that stuff. You don't really get to do that in Old World specifically because of the whole city site thing, which I like, by the way. I like the city site thing. But I love that experience of everybody liking a game and just talking about it. Just being like, what should I do here? Maybe I should do this. And even the debates. Like, I like, you know, everybody knows I argue with people on Discord. But even that to me is fun. Like, no, that strategy doesn't work, and here's why. Or, oh, you're not seeing what I'm trying to tell you. Like, it's fun. So I really appreciate the tournament for that. 6 turns on heavy chariots. That's delightful. Another chariot coming out as well. The Yaz has been finished. So let's take a look at civic production in this empire. 35 civics per turn in Tuanua. 16, 15, 13, and 11 everywhere else. If we swap over to the Greeks, we will see 17, 12, 12, and 11. Yeah, that's awesome. I love the Hittites so much. They're so fun. That 2 civics per city is probably singularly one of my favorite national perks in the game. Greek scholar swapped for... Oh, Greek scholar. Ah, yes. We did, though. We did, though. Frederick, you called it. Portcullis, vaulting, compo, and labor force. Yes, Ant can cycle, but he actually got the worst possible hand he could get in terms of trying to get to the hoplite as quickly as possible. That is nuts. Thankfully, labor force isn't that expensive, but even so, if we got divination, that would have been quicker. We got the most expensive possible hand we could draw before being able to get the hoplite. That is hilarious. I think the gods do have a favorite in this game, because let's not forget the Hittites were the one who got the sword of the gods as well. And of course, the Greeks has lost one of their heirs in battle. And then this tech tree nonsense is just wild to me. Of course, yes, I would love to be seeing the scholar cycle. We civic rushed an axe. Okay. And we're building... Dude! If there is an army at your capital, you've lost the game. Somebody needs to let people know that not everything in the game needs to get built in every city. 2 hamlets coming up. That's actually not too bad. That'll be a nice road network type thing going on. Walls in the capital, man. And what's grumpy about this is I went on all these rants. So forgive me, Ant, but I went all of these rants on Ant's previous game. So this was the thing that I was hoping to not see happen in this game. Because I would, my hope is that players, if they happen to go back and rewatch some of their games, of course it does take a while, that they take a lesson or two from the casts. And so this is round 2 of building walls in every single city for this particular player, which is unfortunate. And yes, also in the future, if you're really trying to get a technology like the hoplites, don't forget that you can swap with your scholar. I really would like to see some massive... I wouldn't even wait for the heavy chariots. I just use the heavy chariots to back me up. But I'd like to see some massive aggression here from the Hittites. And mainly the reason for that is because we still have our tactician on the throne. Ooh, nice. We're I like to see the harvesting, mostly because the culture is good and it's flowing into this city, which will get us a new node for rushing stuff out, which is very valuable. But also, olives have a science event attached to it, so I don't know if it's already fired for the Hittites already, because I'm under the impression that they've been harvesting this pretty regularly. But that's another nice reason. And yeah, he's definitely harvesting all this culture, which is going to be quite nice to get this to developing for more rushing. Well, look at this. There's a sorghum in the woods. That's quirky. Wonder what happened there. Alrighty. The axe has been finished. Ooh, we could get horsebane. That's going to be nice. We will need that. We'll need that. Okay. So we put a turn into labor force. What are our events? A daughter and other education. It's tricky. Moving up with the axe. Similar now, that's good news. And this is another reason why I would attack as a Hittite soon. Oh man, and we really can mess these guys up. But yeah, I don't want to sit here and let my opponent get fortified. Although this is kind of a bad move. Don't forget, I'm not opposed to fortifying. But don't forget that it takes an order for each turn. So now we're going to be spending 4 orders. Jesus Christ. 4 orders per turn fortifying units. So, that's a lot of orders per turn. Now, I guess we're not really doing much with our orders, but we could be. Yeah, I don't know. 4 orders per turn on fortifying is a bit much. Maybe do 1 unit at a time if you're trying to fortify up. Kind of cool how this site never ended up coming into play for the players. How there was like some tension and action down here, but it's now just kind of way too big to bother with. Chariot coming out next turn. More workers coming out. I don't like that. I think the Hittites should be... Let's check their economy real quick. Yeah, their economy is fantastic. I mean, yeah, they're not making that much food, but everything else is still mostly in the green, and we're making crap tons of gold because we're traders. So I personally would be building military units everywhere and going in for the kill to synergize off of the heavy chariots that are about to pop out. And also, yeah, we can do 9 damage. I would send a luxury to the Kusarans right now to get them back to positive because this should be 10 damage. But we just dipped into upset. Or if you want to be really cheeky, You could swap a tile. You could sell this tile from traders into the riders, and that'll give them a 20% family boost. That decays over, not 20%, a 20 opinion boost that decays over 20 years. Of course, it does cost you 40 opinion from the other family, but our political situation in those other families is perfect, so you could actually afford that if you wanted to do that. Not something you should do regularly, but if you know it's going to gain you an extra point of damage, which we do know because we mapped this out last turn and saw that these were 10 damage, sometimes that might be worth it. 21 orders now for the Hittites. Really, I think the fact that we haven't moved anything on our turn yet tells me we're doing combat math. I feel like the Hittite player is doing combat math. Oh, we're creeping towards our opponent. Any good generals? No, not really. A hero and a tactician, I suppose, could be good. What about you? Yeah, no, not really. Oh, nice. Get this chariot up here. Third chariot. Oh, that's going to be so brutal. Put this guy right here. He ended his turn. Oh, he ran out of time. Wow. That sucks. Or did he end his turn on purpose? There's 7 orders left. All right, the Greeks are doing some healing. Why do I feel like they have no orders with all that fortification? Yeah, they have 1 order left. Their whole turn was basically healing all of those units. And they gotta get axe up here. So this could be one interesting reason to actually settle this as the Hittites. Give you a possibility to get an anchor in this ocean. Pop out a Byreme. I don't think we need it at this stage. I really do think we could just strong arm our way through this choke point. But if it were going to go longer, then maybe the better idea would be to come down here, clear this, get a ship in the Black Sea, a couple of them, and anchor, because then you create a much, much wider area for your opponent to defend. But hopefully we see some aggression from the Hittites next turn. I feel like there's no real reason not to. We're still doing 7 damage to these warriors. I could do 7 damage to an axe. Yeah, I feel like we could come in with a decent enough route. Kill 1 unit, hit another unit. I think we could kill at least 2 units here, perhaps. See what he decides to do. He got everybody a little bit closer, so maybe he was worried about the orders last turn. No, another general going up. No, we're still working on labor force for the Greeks. Another general going up. Okay, moving up a little bit. Really want to get this chariot from Kadesh up here. Get this full movement. That way we can utilize them in the combat next turn. But also we want to get moving on taking some of these kills because we don't want these guys to get their full counterattacks charged up. So that's another good reason to get it moving. Oh, looks like we have a settler from these slums. Not a settler, a rebel from these slums. Good thing that we just finished dealing with that raid, so we can come over. We also need these slingers on the front line. Everybody should be building a slinger. Nice. Okay, we moved up. This guy. I just don't get why we're not getting close enough. Like, take the other two orders, get up here. Oh my god, and repair your workers. What's our heir? Anybody good? Tactician, 12 years old, compassionate. And we're ill. Oh, we're also heckler and fierce. Yes, please attack with your ruler. This is about to get walled up, which is going to be really annoying. Slums are on my never, not even once list. I don't mind them. Mostly because usually the events that they come with give good stuff. So, like, if you're going to give me a worker and you want me to take a slum, absolutely. I make that trade. There's one event where it's like you get like 40 opinion, 40 tribal opinion, and you take a slum. That one, I tell them to buzz off. Sure, absolutely. I don't need that. But many of the events offer growth or workers or stuff like that, and I tend to make the trade. It's important not to do it too much, so. So, like, if I take a worker and then a slum hits the same city, it's going to offer me, you know, a citizen. Then I probably would take a pause on that, because I definitely don't want 10% rebels in the city, but 5 is fine. Especially, great reason to run freedom. Great reason to run freedom. You can sprinkle slums throughout your empire, and they'll never bother you. Alright, we upgraded a warrior to an axe, which is another reason why we would have liked to attack sooner rather than later. Just allowing our opponent to get a little bit stronger for no real reason. Also, the other thing about the paused debacle is sportsmanship is nice, but it also, the onus is on the player to pause their own game. When you think about it. So, it would be nice if we can to pause for our opponents. If something comes up and they have to step away for a second. But also, if you don't think of it or you forget, I mean, unfortunately, that's not necessarily your fault, because, you know, can't really keep track of your opponent's turns. But generally, yes, if something comes up and somebody raises an issue, whoever it is, whether it's the player themselves or the opponent, or the caster if they notice. Like, I could have paused the game when the player mentioned the puking dog, but it just didn't even occur to me. And that's kind of my point. You know, it didn't even occur to me, so also no skin off of Drunkenmeister's teeth if he didn't think to pause it himself. You know, we're all human. We make mistakes and are imperfect. And hopefully, Drunkenmeister will attack. Of course, this is becoming a little bit more and more complicated with each turn. But that's what's disturbing me, is I feel like eventually, I feel like Drunkenmeister is getting to a situation where they're getting, I mean, no, you can kill this guy. This is 20, this is 14 damage, and, oh no, we need another slinger now. Now, see? Yeah, now we can't kill this thing. Isn't that annoying? But we can stun the damn thing. We can put one rider here, do 7 damage, stun it so it's at 10 damage. And that will force, and then nothing can come here and attack the chariot because it'll be stun locked. And that will start the engagement at least. What else is happening? Anything good? Rebel. We're building a miner. We need slingers. Don't back off. Are you kidding me? Okay. We still have a tactician. Are we doomed? Oh, we are doomed. All right, well, I guess that kind of makes sense. Getting doomed kind of sucks. I mean, if it were me, I'd still probably go for it. But I do understand being more hesitant when you know your tactician's about to drop dead next turn. But we could absolutely kill an axe, so I feel like I want to kill an axe. But what we need right now is slingers. Not miners, not workers. Everybody should be building a slinger. That way we can sit on these hills and start attacking. How much damage? Look at this wall. Look at this champ sitting now with the wall. Gross. And then the worst possible thing is if you'd get that event where you get the moat too. If you got that in a front city like this. In fact, did that already pop up? Let's take a look. Nope. Nope. No. Okay. Hoplites in 6 turn for the Greeks. Free chariots in 2 turns for the Hittites. Oh, this is about to get a whole lot more complex for the Hittites for literally no reason. And the Greeks are doing the correct thing and building slingers. Wow, what a missed opportunity. Oh, the tribal invasion probably had something to do with backing off too. I would have just not accepted the tribal invasion, but here we are. Okay, man. Well, I'm going to need to step away for one more moment and get myself something to munch on. I'm going to keep this right here in the center so we can see the invasion. We can see a potential conflict that may happen. We can even see this rebel action over here, too. And I'll be right back. 20 of you in chat, thank you guys so much for being here and hanging out. I understand waiting for the heavies. But the problem with that is you're up against Greece, who has who has all the culture, right? So anybody facing Greece knows that at some point in the first 50 turns, they're going to have 2 hoplites, and there's nothing you can do about it, right? So that would be my thing. There was absolutely a window where we could have started this fight. You know, back while this axe was a warrior, back while half these guys were barely even fortified. And I think we could have won this fight. So that's my issue, is that, yes, the chariots are important, or would be helpful, but I didn't think we needed them. And I think we're going to be even a worse position when we show up with a couple of heavy chariots, and then halfway through a fight, 2 hoplites show up. Because the 2 hoplites are going to obliterate every chariot that we have on their own. So that's my issue with waiting. The other question was, is this site worth it? Sure. If we're playing a longer game, then yes, I would see us migrate down here and clear this site, simply because it allows us to put boats in the ocean. It doesn't open a front directly, but if we get a couple of biremes in the Black Sea, we can anchor, and then you have all of this coastline wide open, and you don't even need to strong arm your way through the choke point. I think we had an opportunity to do that, but now it's just a big mess, and we have the Slinger coming out next turn, 2 more coming out in 3 turns, which is going to make it even harder and harder and harder to get through a choke point like this, because your opponent's going to have range, and we don't have a lot of range units. So definitely a missed opportunity there, in my opinion. Of course, learning when to attack and when not to is one of the hardest things, one of the hardest pieces of intuition to acquire in this game. I think even I still suck at that. So it makes sense to want to wait, you know, a couple of turns for your heavy chariots to get ready. But I don't understand what this guy is saying. But decisions like that, thinking, oh, I'll just wait for this moment, can actually end up excuse me, can actually end up costing you the game, which can be annoying. I suppose. Once I finish this thing that I'm snacking on, I will do a stat recap. And thanks for your patience. All right, let's look at some stats. That's not the right button. Okay. Excuse me. 11 specialists in Hatti to 7 in Greece. 4 workers built in Greece to 3 in Hatti. A couple more coming out for the Hittites. 13 military units to Hittites 11. But the Greeks... Wow. The Greeks have lost 9 units. The Hittites have lost 3. So the Greeks have produced 13 units and the Hittites 11. The Greeks have lost 9 to the Hittites 3. Brutal, brutal, brutal. 12 technologies for the Greeks versus 9 for the Hittites. Movements control 34 for the Greeks versus 25 for the Hittites. And anything else I care about on this list? No, not really. Laws. 2 laws for Hatti still, and only 1 for the Greeks. Order economy favors the Hittites tremendously now. 24 orders to 16. So yeah, between these two players, the Hittites could win a war, which is another reason why you don't want them to get all lined up in a choke point like that, because it is super order efficient for a defender. Science took a bit of a dip here from the Greeks, but they're neck and neck in the tree. They're only 50 science difference, but now the Hittites do have the science lead. In terms of the science rate. The military score, we have... Look at this. Ah, yeah, man. I feel like there was a window there. A turn 42 to 44 window-ish to do some more serious damage. I think around this time, Greece was also still dealing with a raid and whatnot, so aggression can be rewarded. Of course, it also can be punished. But yeah, now they're a lot closer than the Hittites would probably want to be, and it's about to get worse once a zealot shows up. Oh, and gross. Now they're the commander on the throne. The baby has grown up. That's going to be gross. Okay. Well, good news for the Greeks. I feel like these guys are just going to beat the absolute crap out of each other in these mountains for quite a while. That's good. Okay, the heavies are showing up. The heavies are in the field. They're on their way down to deal with the organized tribal invasion, which is kind of funny to me, but I guess that does make sense. Yeah, they should make quick work of that. And that gives the Greeks 6 turns to get their hoplites out. Yeah, so that's the other thing to think about if you're up against the Greek player. Regardless of anything they do, they're going to get their bonus cards out at a relatively quick pace. So even in this game, where we know that the Hittites beat the Greeks to their bonus unit, it's turn 52, man. It's only a matter of time before hoplites are hitting the board. You know, experienced players can probably do it in 30 or 4 turns, but even 30 or 40 turns, but even if you're not up against an experienced player, it's just inevitably going to happen within about 50 turns. So keep that in mind about something that you want to factor into your game plan of when and how you want to deal with a couple of hoplites messing with you in a fight, especially in a tight choke point like this. Like these hoplites, this is going to become Thermopylae, man. The hoplites are going to absolutely crush it on this choke point region, especially against chariots, especially against warriors. And we barely have slingers, so I mean, yeah, this is stalemate zone, man. Which is unfortunate, because I really think the Hittites could have taken their foray there where they deleted the couple of units up here, and I think they could have really brought that home to a win very early on. I truly think that they could have. But the good news for the Hittites is that it's still their game to lose, because the Hittites, with their chariot, can clear this site and settle it, clear this site and settle it, probably clear this site and settle it, and if they ever get a ship, even clear this site and settle it. So, I mean, long term, it will be the Greeks who will have to regain control of the map and start killing and stealing territory from the Hittites. But honestly, with the army that the Greeks are about to have, I think the Greeks could do it. Except the good news for the Hittites is that the Greeks have a horrible order economy. 15 orders per turn around turn 50. Not really ideal. Navigation will help tremendously. Also, do we still not have any religion? Okay, the Hittites have founded Zoroastrianism on turn 44, so we missed that a while back, but they did found it. Oh, and we are in fact building a settler. So I will expect that these chariots will come kill these guys and then clear this site. What would be really, 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 really fun would be get ships and stage our entire army down here and do like a really quick, cheeky anchor session down here with a couple of boats. Just ignore this entirely. How many of these guys could get down here? I mean, a decent amount. But if their order economy stays bad, I think we'd find a way in. That would be really funny. Would be really funny. I think I tend to do the same thing with the Hittites, underproduce slingers in favor of spirits and the UU. Yeah, I think it's very common for any of the ironworking nations. I feel like if you do not start with trapping, there's something about it that tricks you into thinking like you never need slingers. But the Hittites are actually really good at building slingers, because what you want to do here, where is it? Where is... Have they not built it yet? Oh, they don't even have it. Yeah, man. So this is one thing that I think people don't realize in terms of synergy for the Hittites. You have the +1 ranged unit shrine. So you toss this in either your, you know, in a rider city, or the city that builds your shrine of Tarhun, whether it's also in a rider's city or not. And then you have that city build slingers. You don't even need to build slingers from every city. You can just build it from the unit, from the city that's going to generate a promotion every time you build them. And that's really, really great, because then you have the synergy of having chariots and rout, and you have well-promoted ranged units going into battle, which those two things are really great kill potential and kill secure. And that's the other one of the other aspects that make me really love the Hittites in general as their overall kit, because I like that ranged shrine. It's a very powerful unit, and I think some players think, well, my unique unit isn't ranged, so it's not as good as like Persia, because Persia had a unique ranged unit and has the same shrine for +1 level, which of course, yes, that's a great synergy. But if you think about the overall composition of your army, you should be building slingers and or archers in general if you're the Hittites. You know, you should be including ranged units in your army. So that shrine is awesome, because that means your ranged units are awesome without actually having, you know, you have no other like unique, you know, they're not unique units, they're just always promoted, which is really, really cool. We sail for Raviolijaville. Yeah, indeed. That would be a fun ahoy there moment, though. I must say. If all of a sudden, just in one turn, 3 ships come out and you just see anchor. Well, actually, if we... Yeah, well, it would be hard to get borders all the way over here. They would have to have an anchor here, so it would see, like, anchor, anchor, anchor? Something like that? That'd be a lot of fun. 4 turns for the hoplites. And our chariots. I feel like this is what's going to happen, and it's insane to me that this is about to happen. Oh, this is a flood. This is fun. So we can't even step on those two. That's a really fun, weird, wonky flood. But this is what I think is going to happen, which is just wild to me. I think the Hittites are going to get bold. Or maybe they won't. But I think they're going to get bold. And they're going to try and start this fight. And then, like, literally 2 or 3 turns into the fight, the hoplites are going to show up. And they're going to just murder stuff. And the Hittites are going to lose the fight. And the momentum's going to swing back to Greece. Or at least that's what I fear may happen. Maybe they don't do that because they're worried about the tribal invasion. Yeah, hoplites on this region are going to suck. So many good promotion, so many good generals here. 3 commanders, 4 commanders. Jesus, 4 commanders. Oh, we have a judge regent on the throne as well. That's nice. I don't know why we're influencing when we're regent. We should be running hold court. Building a disciple. All these hills and no roads. Well, it's not so bad for the Hittites. The Hittites ignore hills. So even I struggle with that sometimes. Sometimes I struggle with rationalizing building hills. I mean, it's still building roads. It's still you should still be building roads anyway. But we also have this coastal pipeline. Yeah, kind of pretty painless for the Hittites to get over the hills, though. Like, look at this. I mean, I guess that's coastal movement. But, like, yeah, look, if we come over here, like, that's not too bad. But, yes, roads are always nice. So certainly build roads. But if anyone has an easy time ignoring them, it's probably the Hittites. I really love this faction. They have so many cool, unique things. But in a lot of ways, I guess it's a little muted, right? Speaking of which, I am happy to announce that Boldus has upgraded his tier rating of the Hittites from whatever the hell they were before to A. And I feel like they were pretty low before because I think I gave him shit about that. So that's a nice thing for the community to look forward to. Boldus actually thinks the Hittites are good now, which is great because the Hittites are, in fact, awesome. Getting drama. Interesting. I don't think we need drama for anything. We already have a strong city. Alright, cool. Yeah, let's kill these guys. What's our law situation? Yeah, we have metaphysic, portcullis, forestry. I would like forestry or portcullis here personally. I don't feel like we need drama. I don't think I don't think that was me bullying Boldus. Boldus doesn't strike me as the type of person that I can bully. He does not put up with my bullshit. Yeah, I'm not really feeling the drama pick here, I have to say. Barracks. Garrison, yep, okay, okay. Wall is stupid, but I get it. I mean, if you're going to build a wall, this is a good example, right? Because unlike the Greeks, the Hittites haven't put a wall in every single city. But okay, a wall on Hapisna makes sense because this is like the staging ground and all that stuff, and you don't want to lose a city, and it's also a nice choke point in here, so you want to make it hard to take. Fine, cool, that makes sense. These are the cities where you build walls in general. You know, regardless of whether the Hittites actually need to be building a wall right now, right this second. Personally, what I would do is wait a couple of turns until it hits developing culture, toss a judge in here, which I have, and then I would rush out the wall among other things. So, you know, don't waste the build time on it. But anyway, and of course, if anybody can get away with building walls, it's probably the Hittites because they're civics bonus. But anyway, point being, for the 9,000th time, you don't need walls in every city. You just need walls in the occasional niche battleground city. Even then, you don't always need the wall in the city, but it can be useful. It can buy you the time you need. Oh, nice. Hey, Yagman, good to see you, man. Glad you're watching the tournament. For those of you who don't know, Yagman played in the previous tournament, and all of his games were awesome to watch. Can't remember if he played 2 or 3, but he was one of my favorite players to watch. And for those of you, if anybody has an itch to go back and watch last season's videos, I think Nazar versus Yagman was one of the more entertaining matches to watch, and it had a really solid battle. in the mid-game. Yeah. So, but yes, I definitely... There is a solid question of if Boldus was just trying to bait me with the C tier rate. I forgot that it was C. I knew it was low, but yeah. C for the Hittites is crazy to me. Although, I'll be honest, I'm not really a tier list person. A couple of people have asked me to make my own tier list, and I don't really... I don't know. Getting these nets online, that's nice. Gonna be really nice culture up front, which will be good for creating unique units if it comes to that. We did not opt to sell these fish to the other city. Could also be a mechanic that the player is not necessarily aware of, but also not necessary to really take the opinion hit if you don't feel like it. I probably would have done it just because we need more food in the Empire, and that's a really great way to get it. Snap, is this a full pivot from Hattie into a long play game? Yeah, it looks like it. We're seeing settlers, workers. I don't get up with the... I don't get what's up with the 7-turn worker, though. But yeah, we're seeing development all over the place. Wall and everything else is non-military. And I suspect we'll clear... Yeah, this is fine. I think getting rid of the Scythians who just started invading us makes sense. Gets us another build queue, which is nice. And all right, our settlers coming out next turn. Yeah. What we need is... Oh, we have navigation pegged. Cool, yeah. So maybe... Oh, yeah, maybe... Maybe drama is a cycle. It's the cheapest one in our hand, and I guess we don't necessarily need forestry. Portcullis, maybe. Honestly, I'd still grab Portcullis because I'd take the free onager next. The free onager plopped in these woods would just boop, 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 murder these guys. Of course, again, you still have to worry about the damn hoplites that are about to come out. Oh, these guys are now raiding the Hittites. But, you know what I'd like to see? Look at this. We can get across this way. I would love to see the Hittites take these chariots north and settle this city. Because then, yeah, I think with that spread across the map, the Hittites could just spam quarries and wonder spam it. They already have one wonder. Jebel Barkal would be amazing if they can spread that religion. Yeah, just go nuts. Who has the better... I think the Greeks have the better stone economy at the moment, though. Wow, way better. 121. If anyone starts wonder spamming, it's these guys. What are they doing? Oh, you know what they're doing? They're selling all of their stone for food. Jesus Christ, guys. This is crazy. Their food is now negative 42 per turn. Unbelievable. How much did that even cost? That's like 450 gold per turn. They're selling 46 stone to cover debts. Yeah, spent 421 gold to buy 38 food. That's wild, man. Don't get me wrong, you go into deficits, that's fine, but we've had negative food for the entire game. We started this game out with, like, negative something. So at no point in the process of developing the Greek Empire have they decided to feed their people. Let them eat cake. Jeez. Alright, well. Labor force now, so we have Portcullis, Monasticism, Compo, Labor force. Alright, on our way to navigation, which is going to be real nice. I feel like the Hittites could probably end this with ships, so they're playing a little eco-friendly now, building up. I definitely just think maybe that's what they decided here. Again, I still think they had the opportunity to break through this, but maybe they were like, I don't want to start this battle, and since there's a coastline here, get absolutely dunked on by a couple of hoplites that are somewhere back here. The Hittites haven't had any vision on this for a while, so I could understand that giving them pause, worried that maybe this choke point was a bait. A couple of warriors or whatever sitting out here. We go in with some chariots to start a fight, and then boom, hoplites barbecue us. So I can understand the caution, I guess. I suppose that was more of a viewer's annoyance, because I have perfect information and know that the Hittites could have won this fight. But the Hittites have no idea what's happening in the Greek Empire, so those hoplites could have just been hanging. Those like as far as the Hittite player knows, those two hoplites could be max health by now. Not max health, max promotion. So from our perspective, the Hittites are coming out next turn. Not the Hittites, the hoplites. Oh man, I'm all over the place. Forgive me. I really need to like slow my brain down. The hoplites could come out next turn. Are coming out next turn for the Greeks. But as far as the Hittites know, the Greeks could already have 2 max level hoplites, because they just don't have the scouting. So that would be enough to give me pause, I suppose. They're making stone pies. Quarry pies. Alright. So yeah, fish. I don't really love the overinvestment in rurals, especially on a nation that had access to landowners. Like, it was right there if you wanted to spam a bunch of rurals. I want to see the Hittite player clear this site, though. Might as well. We're going apprentice officer in the capital. Where'd that settler end up? That settler's headed down. Look at this mobility. That's really nice. And we'll be cleared on this camp next turn, so that's good too. And then I guess, yeah, while we have the heavies, we might as well clear this one. If we're just going to be hanging around for a little bit. Raid coming into the northern shores of Greece. Gonna have to send some units up here. We just got our hoplites. And we're sending them toward the front line. Which does make sense, but also we need to make sure that we handle this raid, so. Barracks complex up in Beefaroni Village. That's good. With another cold bath coming on. Fine. Really hope we see a warm bath at some point in the capital and some doctors. Just a reminder to our players, build urban specialists if you want to increase your science the most efficiently. Or at least general rule of thumb. I'm sure there's the occasional exception to that statement, as with anything in this game, but yeah. Whoa, we lost our commander. What happened there? Oh, okay. I think I know what happened. All right. So we were a baby still. She was a regent. And then apparently some other scholar, some other character likely became a regent. I don't understand what happened. Didn't we end up with a commander in it? Or did we change to a judge? I guess we changed to a judge. There is a culture event that allows you to change to a judge, so maybe we just did that. Okay, that's alright. The judge is probably better at the moment. We're getting navigation in 6 turns for the Greeks, so we're actually going to be the first one to navigation, so potentially the first one with ships in the water. Which could be interesting. That could resolve this raid situation. That could get us settled up here. This could get us supremacy of the Black Sea. This also could get us an anchor to the southern territory that the Hittites are about to take. But yeah, lots of interesting possibilities for the Greeks with ships. Most likely, the most sensible thing to do is to just secure the Black Sea, because we don't really have orders for aggression. Sandstorm up in Hattie. Pretty minor. Only heard a couple of things. That's actually a very minor sandstorm. This is like all around this one tile. Building another settler in Kadesh. I like that because that does mean that, yep, we're going for the center site, it looks like. Okay, so we should see some naval action as our players try to gain supremacy over the Black Sea, I suspect. Gonna be hard to contend with the output of a champ city right on the coast, though. I must admit. Politics in Hattie is great. One pleased family, two pleased family, one friendly. Politics in Greece. The champions have been grumpy pretty much all game. And we're back to sending the luxuries directly to the family themselves. You really should be sending these to the city. Because, like, we have level 5 discontent. If you sent all the luxuries, if you sent 2 luxuries directly to your champ seat from the beginning, we'd probably be at, like, level 3 discontent right now. Which would basically be the exact same opinion payout if we had sent 2 luxuries to the championship family. To the champion family. So, yeah, I don't know. Not really worth it. It becomes more worth it later on in the game. But generally, just always send luxuries to cities. Are we just not even, are we just not even aware of, we're thinking that we're going to get this with the slinger? Probably send the hoplites over here. We're safe. Yeah, so this is another thing. We're going for a miner. I mean, a gold miner is not too bad, and this pops our borders. But at no point are we making effort to get doctors online. And doctors are arguably one of the best specialists in the entire game. Well, I mean, no, they are one of the best specialists in the entire game. They are arguably the best specialist. But they certainly are one of the best. That's absolutely certain. It is a wonder to me. Hey, we are building a farm. This should have also been a farm. I'm flabbergasted that we're not building farms. Like, that food deficit is just only going to get worse. Alright, Gauls doing Gaul things. What's the Hittite turn? Did we settle the city yet? Yes, we did. Riders down south. Interesting, yeah. Known world according to the Hittites. I mean, I guess we can't. Well, no, we have exploration, so really the Hittites should be able to explore all this stuff. And even get scouts outside the capital of Greece if they wanted to. They are coming down to clear this camp. Settler coming out in 4 turns. And honestly, I think they could try to make headway up north as well. If they wanted to. I suspect they do. Six cities now to 4, soon to be 7, possibly 8, potentially even 9. But then if the Greeks get ships, it could be 9-5. And even that is a ratio that I think the player with less cities can win. I'm not particularly feeling it for this particular matchup. I definitely don't think that Ant wants Drunkenmeister to get 9 cities to his 4 or 5. But I actually think in some matchups you could have a ratio of like 5 cities to 9. Even among relatively evenly skilled players. And I think the player with less cities could still get themselves in a position to press for a win. It's all about what you do with the orders in the meantime, because the time it takes you to get those 4 extra cities and when they come online and what they're capable of doing in the time frame between the time that they're founded and the game ends is all relative, right? Like if I just got my 4 or 5 cities and I'm really heavily developing them and I'm about to pop off with some type of 7-law timing attack, and you're still working on clearing the final 2 cities on the map, that's going to give you your ratio of, 7 cities to 4 or whatever. Well, that might not be a good thing. You might be in for a surprise when I show up with a bunch of 8 strength units, and you're just wrapping up clear mode. I guess we kind of saw that on display a little bit in the Purple Bull Moose versus Magnus game. It's easy to think in this game, in this genre, more is always better. But, of course, opportunity cost is a thing, so the process of getting more can sometimes cost you too much. Doing a worker in Lusna. Should probably heal these chariots up. I suspect we will. Move them out, heal them up, and then start making our way towards this camp with them. Do some pretty cool... Actually, you could probably just move them all the way... Yeah, you can move them all the way up here and heal. Neat. Odeon. Instead of a barracks. Okay. Oh, we're finally healing our workers, which is fantastic. I've just noticed... Yeah, for the first time in centuries. Well, no. For the first time in years. All of our workers are finally healed. In fact, how many workers do we have? Because we're looking a little light on those. Both empires don't really have a lot, right? 5 in Hattie to 4 in Greece. One more, 2 more coming out. That'll be 7 in Hattie. Offers are coming out soon from the capital, which is nice. And I think the Hittites are still ahead in science, right? Yeah. That's good news for the Hittites. And this is going to be one of those things that, like, matters long term. The building of these urban specialists. There isn't a single urban specialist in the Greek capital at the moment, and there are 3. Of course, one of them is the trader's shopkeeper. That's a bit of the advantage specific to the family, but nonetheless, there are 3 in the Hittite capital compared to 0 urban specialists in the Greek one. We do have nicely collapsed borders now, though. Navigation in 3 turns for the Greeks. Yeah, and even in this city, we have the 3 random miners. Some of the miners made sense. 1 or 2 of them may have made sense, but I think one of the miners we were building right as we were building a barrack, so you might as well save the citizen or the officer, get a little bit more training. Again, maybe we're really concerned with metal. It's so interesting, actually, because with all of... I mean, I guess we have quite a few units, but with all the mines we have and all the miners we built, we're only generating 38 metal per turn. We have to sell 106 stone to cover debts this turn. We're making 143 stone per turn. I feel like, is Ant one of those players who thinks you don't need to build an economy, all you need to do is build quarries? Is that what we're seeing here? Because, boy, do I hate that logic. But some people play that way, rather than actually balancing their economy. Spent 500 gold to buy our resource shortfall. Building stonecutter. Axeman. Oh, what is happening? I mean, I guess, again, you'd need to take the 2 turns to heal this thing, so you may as well just get the food on in line, but hopefully we see that get healed next turn. Ooh, and we actually get a free settler now, which will allow us to settle the final side of the map. Also, these guys are stuck. They're not raiding Drunkenmeister for some reason. They should be, but they're not. So maybe we grab this free settler. And that'll get us to sovereignty, which is nice, or closer to navigation, which is also nice. Yeah, so 1 turn free settler. Big fan of that. Perfect timing. We get 1 settler out in 2 turns. What? We're going to architecture. Why? I mean, I guess that's good for wonder spamming. But still. I figured we'd want to get to sovereignty or navigation faster. Do we have a zealot on the throne? Ooh, we have a zealot on the throne. And we're equestrian. That's nice, too. And fierce. That's also quite nice. That's quite nice. How much damage would we do to one of these guys? 9? Or 10 to the warrior? Building a barracks. That's fine. It needs slingers. There's 3 slingers in the Hittite Empire, and there's 5 slingers in the Greek Empire. Five is certainly better than 3, especially when you're on the defense. Yes. That's mentioning the Ice Matrix game where he almost won as Tall Greece 6 cities to 12. Yep, that was just not really having that intuition down on when to attack or not. Because sure, he absolutely had a window to win that game if he just started attacking sooner. Definitely in a position to take territories or before the clock ran down on points. And yeah, so it's totally doable. Like, yeah, definitely doable where you can have fewer... Like, even the Alchemist versus Ninja. There was a point where Alchemist was stuck into a corner. And there was a point where Alchemist could have just ortho-rushed. He had orthodoxy. He could have ortho-rushed himself a navy inside of like 5 or 6 turns. And Ninja's... Like, half of Ninja's empire was furious at the time. Alchemist could have completely obliterated Ninja's naval and presence, and then just taken control of the map. But didn't do it. Sometimes it's hard to know. It's hard to identify the window or find the path to victory on either side, whether you're the aggressor or the defender. You know, it's easy to get it wrong. And of course, from our perspectives, we have perfect information, so it's easy to do the whole shoulda, coulda, woulda thing when we're watching. But it's a lot different when you're playing and you have your timer and you have to make all the decisions in real time. So I get it. It's tricky. I mean, there was always my abysmal archer attack against Aaron in our game. We all get it wrong. We'd like to see the adoption of slavery before the turn ticks over, get us a little bit more income. How long have these fellas been going? Nearly 4 hours. That's quite a session. Good for them. Yes, I'd like to see slavery get... Oh, yes, nice, and we did it. And we did get slavery. Cool. Yeah, so, all right, third law down. And our metal income is back to being a little bit decent. And now we've cleared this site, which is fantastic news for the Hittites. And one turn from now, there will be a settler to settle it, and it should be able to make it down there. Just about. Certainly with a forced march, it could do it. Our state religion is Zoroastrianism, so what's our highest growth city? Hattusa. So we should send this guy to the capital and have Hattusa spam a few settlers. Why are we building a master acolyte? Yeah. Fully fortified border. Yeah. I feel like we're going to need onagers to crack into that. So I really would have preferred grabbing the free settler into sovereignty. That would get us another settler. It would get us a fourth law. Also, I feel like Constitution or Tyranny would both be decent. Tyranny probably. Gets us 4 laws, gets us strongholds, gets us close to machinery. Or onagers. And then, yeah, onagers up in these hills, and Greece would be screwed. If you ever feel stuck in a quagmire like this, where it feels like you and your opponents are in for a long-haul standoff, of course, the stalemate could be entrenched if you both do this, but I feel like... at least for a while, there is a window in the game when it hits a state like this where first player to get to onagers is going to break the stalemate. You know, onagers tile creeping out of Greece right now. It'd be really tricky for the Hittites to do anything about it with the 2 hoplites laying around, you know. And then, of course, obviously... onagers set up in these hills from the Hittites, and there's not a lot that Greece would be able to do about it. That's one of the reasons why some players like to rush to onagers first, because they become incredibly difficult to deal with. If you're fighting a battle defensively or offensively, and your opponent has onagers and you don't, that is just such a puzzle to work around. So some players like to try and be the first person on the map with onagers set up. Which, of course, is a viable strategy. Certainly one of the many strategies that can make sense in this game. Just be lining up to machinery or hydraulics. Hydraulics used to be very popular. It was toned down a bit, so it's not as popular as it is now, but it's still probably pretty good. I always avoided it on principle, so I'm not really qualified to tell you how big the nerf hit in terms of how it feels to just beeline straight towards hydraulics. I would occasionally do it every now and then, but for the most part, I would always look for other strategies because, I don't know, it gets dull doing the same thing over and over again. So I would rather play a game where I feel like I'm trying something interesting and new, and lose than play a game where I just do the hydraulics beeline for like the 18th time in a row and win the game. Like, it eventually just gets old. Like, we all know. Like, back when it was really strong in the meta, my thinking was like, yeah, okay, Ninja, yes, we know you can beat somebody with the hydraulics rush because you do it all the time. But, okay, let's do something different this time. Like, show me what else you got. So, yeah, I prefer to do that myself as well. What else? Also, when I go on these rants like this, where it seems like I'm talking about something else, I just want people to understand that am actively looking at the game, trying to identify things to point out. That's why sometimes mid-conversation I will immediately like pivot to a battle, because I mean I am trying to watch out for everything. We actually did swap to steel. Speaking of which, we swapped off of architecture and we swapped to steel. That is very likely directly a response to seeing our hoplite friends enter the game. Not sure how I feel about that, but it does make sense. Either way, it's cheaper than architecture, which is a good sign for me, because again, that gets us to sovereignty and or navigation quicker, which are one of the things we really need. I'd love navigation for ships, but I'd love sovereignty, again, to get us closer to machinery. Traders coming down again. Double traders in the central site. Yeah, the economy for the Hittites is just going to be gross now. And that gives us 7th city to 4. There is a chariot up north here, so I'm assuming we will go ahead and clear this final site that we have access to, which is one of the things that does kind of surprise me that we're not bothering for the free settler. I mean, that's pretty spot on timing. Allows our build queues to do other stuff. It would only take us 1 turn to research it, or maybe now 2 since we put a turn into the tech tree. And yeah, well, this would be cleared in kind of no time at all. Also, please kill these Gacetas before they step on these forest tiles. These things are obnoxiously strong, and there's no reason to fight them in the woods. Oh, too late! Son of a bitch. Well, the good news is it'll keep moving. This is a mistake, by the way. Jason Henke asked, the other night you mentioned the games were going to 100, give or take. The average match length be determined. I don't know about this season, but we do. Last season's 58 games had an average match length of, if I recall correctly, something like 74 or 76 turns. The longest game last season, by far, and when I mean by far, is it was truly in a league of its own in its exceptional length, was something like 156 turns. Aside from that one, we had approximately 3 or 4 games that went to about 120 or 130. Every game other than those 4 or 5 games that I just highlighted that were 120 or the crazy 156 turn game, every game other than those 4 or 5 were all less than 100 turns. 100 turns or less. So, I suspect that trend will hold. Because in this tournament so far, I think we've only had a handful, like 3 or 4 games go past turn 100. To be honest. And the situation changes very quickly. Like, we're on turn 62 right now, and it feels like we're stalemated. And in fairness, we are, right? We're kind of stuck in a stalemate. Greece, sure as shit, can't do anything at the moment. And the Hittites, I mean, this is a yucky thing to try and break into at the moment, right? So the Hittites are kind of stuck, kind of just continuing on in the game for a while themselves. However, you'd be surprised how quickly the landscape can change in just another 20 turns, or 30 turns. In 30 turns, it will be turn 90, and the Hittites will very likely have a handful of onagers, and maybe the Greeks do or don't have onagers themselves. Maybe there are ships in this ocean anchored, things like that. Maybe we have 7 laws by then. Certainly we have 4, because the Hittites already are already close to 4. They have 3. So things like that. So the momentum of the game. So what's the one thing I like about this game, especially in the context of single player? Old World isn't really a game that has a really boring, long end game slog, and that's because most of the things, towards the back half of the tech tree, just inevitably speed the game up. And the most obvious is the fact that all of the forms of rushing in this game, outside of civics or I guess the zealot, the best form of rushing is Holy War, right? So if you get Holy War, the game's just going to go into overdrive. Or Orthodoxy is another one, being able to rush with orders, which, even though it's a little bit tricky to learn, it still kicks the game into overdrive. So it's kind of like a momentum machine. The longer and longer the game goes, the more it actually speeds up. And it's kind of inevitable. Certainly if you know what you're doing. If you don't know what you're doing, then that might not necessarily feel like that's true. But as you get better at the game and more experienced with the way different mechanics interact with each other, it's like, I don't know, it's like a train speeding up and just never stopping, and then essentially the game ends abruptly because the momentum builds up so much, so quick, that there's nothing else that the game can do other than end. And I think that's true in multiplayer as well. Eventually, eventually it's just inevitable. More often than not, it happens that some player gets an advantage, whether a tiny hole forms in another player's defense or gameplay or whatever that turns into a big one quickly, or someone just gets a lead that they run away with. But every now and then you do get those stalemates. And I think this game would more or less qualify as one. But my read on this game, anything could happen, but my read on this game is ultimately the Hittites will hit a point where the momentum that they already have will swell up to reach a point that will inevitably be insurmountable for the Greeks. And again, anything could happen. We've seen comebacks with players who have a small part of the map against players who have a large part of the map. But the gameplay between both players is so similar right now in terms of science rate and other things. And in fact, the Hittites obviously have the better economy too, and even the better political situation. That it's little details like that make me think that there's nothing really standing out to me on the Hittites part of the map that's going to cause them to collapse, outside of completely failing to invade their opponent. You can play the better game overall, but then lose on the battlefield, which is another thing I like about this game, because in this genre, everyone always talks about how, science is king, so the person who gets a science lead is automatically going to win. But we have seen time and time again games where that has not happened. Because it comes down to better tactics, like actually literally just who's better at fighting fights in the battlefield. And we have seen more advanced armies or more developed nations lose to other players simply because they get beat in a fight, which is really cool. Which is really, really cool. And that's what I like so much about this game. We've seen players lose games because they have a bad economy. We've seen players lose games because they have bad political situation. We've seen players lose games because they have bad science. We've seen players lose games because they can't win a battle. Like, and it's very easy in these games for just the science thing to be the dominating factor, but there's so many layers of what decides a successful game. We've seen people lose games because of bad scouting. Simply just not identifying a location of the map that's important or even noticing an army coming in. So it's like there's so many awesome things that like layer together to make it less about just sitting back and getting the highest amount of possible science that you could get, or like doing nothing but spamming settlers, because obviously you should spam settlers and, you know, gobble up all the city sites as quickly as possible. It's like you can do that, but then sometimes you might collapse politically because of it. Or maybe sometimes you have an opponent who's turtling, and by the time you have your 7 cities, your opponent has only 3 or 4, but those 3 or 4 cities are way better than yours, and they're about to hit you with a 7-law timing attack. So yeah, it's complex, it's interesting, it's awesome, and I'm glad everybody's tuning in on the fun, because it's so much fun. Forums, fishers, Master Acolyte, Apprentice Poet. Not things that I would like to be seeing, but at the same time, what else are you going to do at this particular stage? We're getting steel. Not really sure what the steel pick is. Let's see if we have anything identified in the tech tree. Nothing identified in the tech tree for Drunkenmeister. I'm thinking that 7 laws probably doesn't feel worth it against the Greeks, because even by the time you have 7 laws, your opponent will at least have 4, and I just don't want to send 3-man chariots into hoplites. I don't want to do it. It's not going to be worth it. The hoplite will win against the 3-man chariot. I think our heavies will still carry weight throughout the game because routing is good, but I just don't think we need to bother prioritizing 7 laws. So what I would like to see from the Hittites is machinery. Yeah, machinery and hydraulics. We should take our position from where we are and just run up to hydraulics. The ballista would absolutely devastate a position like this. Put a couple of onagers in the back line. Get your ballistas ready. Doesn't matter if they die every turn. Just keep pumping out more ballistas and just plow through this. And of course, as we talked about, bring in some anchors, because that would make it doubly difficult. You have ballistas pressuring this choke point, and then you also can run in with your chariots on the back line, and then that just completely splits your order-starved Greek opponent into disarray. So, another reason why I would have preferred to see the free settler now. We're moving up here to clear this site anyway. The settler's in our hand. We don't need to build a settler in the Empire. And I don't see a settler being built anywhere. So maybe we pivot. Maybe we put ourselves down to 1 turn in steel, because maybe we want that later. And then maybe we see ourselves swap to the settler. I've done stuff like that before. Just, to guarantee that, I don't know, I'll get steel much quicker when it comes back around. I don't know if that's worth it, but it's something I've done from time to time. And yeah, otherwise, I think the win condition for Hattie right now is just get onagers and or ballistas as fast as humanly possible and just go mess up Greece. The Greeks, however, also alternatively, you could go with the even longer route and quarry, spam, and build a bunch of wonders. The Greeks, on the other hand, are actually building a bireme. No, they're getting a free bireme from their thingamajig. I don't even think the Greeks can sit back and wonder spam. Like, they could technically afford it, but not... I mean, they need more food. Finally, their food is getting into a little bit of a better spot. But yeah, they're really having a tricky time here with the food situation. Yeah, we're building a farmer. I actually don't hate this. Sometimes this is your best option for getting more food. What becomes my issue with this is the fact that this is a mine and not a farm when we have a quarry right here. This lavender should also be farmed. This quarry should be bulldozed and turned into a farm as well. All of these tiles around this granary should be a farm. So, I mean, build the farmer too, or don't. But, Yeah, we need more farms, especially since we've taken the opportunity to add a quarry into the tile. Not a quarry, a granary. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, that is certainly a choice on the road. I don't know what to think about that. I honestly can't even decide if I'm wrong about that. That seems like a bad idea, but although I guess we need a road here. So I guess that's okay. I guess we will eventually need a road there. 3 turn slingers, that's nice. And I must say, I do appreciate that the Greek player is building a lot of slingers. Because that usually is the Achilles heel of Greece and Rome in particular. They almost always forget to build range units. So one thing I'll say about this massive stone buy situation is the fact that we're getting range units. And that's what we'll need, because a little hoplites go a long way, but what will make them really function well is a cadre of ranged units that support them. In fact, 2 more slingers coming out of Greece. What's the science situation now? Still clawing ahead, but Greece is right behind. Yeah, neck and neck, man. They're literally only 20 science apart. 30 science apart in the tech tree. Still in favor of Greece, by the way. The Hittites have not surpassed the total science investment in the tech tree over the Greeks yet. One thing I think could be fun here, actually, from the Greeks is maybe even grabbing Portcullis. 2 reasons. A, it gets us networks, which helps us siphon science from our opponent if we need it, if there are any good candidates. I think the capital is a good candidate. 13 science, maybe not. I don't know. Anywhere else that maybe 15 science? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe there's a couple of good candidates. But also what would be fun about that, yeah, and it gets us vision, gets us a very clear sense of what our opponent is up to and what they're capable of. And also, it's a great way to get the bonus onager, which I think is really useful if you're defending yourself. And moats could be funny. But, of course, don't put moats everywhere, but I really think a moat in the champion's seat could be hilarious. Because good luck breaking into that anytime soon. Otherwise, comp bow. Actually, I'd probably do comp bow. Although, I mean, resource-wise, yeah, we're really screwed here, man. We're not going to have the economy for a very strong army. So, actually, on that note, coinage could actually be interesting. Since we're going to be doing so much buying anyway, this might be the very rare coinage game, guys. If you put... Yeah, if you put the whole complex in Ravioliville, that would be quite a hefty sum of money. And then you could even add the whole complex in garlic bread relatively soon. Probably not. I don't know. Did we get the set? Wait, what happened? No, we got steel. Now we're getting sovereignty. Okay. Don't fight this thing in the woods. I mean, we're going to have to fight this thing in the woods now. Yeah, we're getting upgraded to axes. All right, let's take a peek at how we do 5 damage to a hoplite. And a hoplite does 4 damage to us. No, 5 damage to us. And that's a Highlander, yeah. 5 damage to us, and that's not even while being adjacent to another hoplite, so it's probably more like 6 or 7. This was why one of the things... And I guess, earlier, they made the point that a bunch of axes could mess up a hoplite, or a couple hoplites, which is a fair point. But 1-to-1, though, I don't think axes counter hoplites at all. Because with formation, we're going to do 6 or 7 damage to this commander axe, and we'll only take where are you? We'll only take 5 or less damage in return. Yeah, tricky. I think the hoplite is singularly one of the hardest units to counter for the era that the hoplite can exist. Because it really... You really either just need siege or you need to outclass it with stronger units further into the tech tree. Even the Roman unit. The Roman unit does 25% damage to melee units, which against the hoplite and formation is still only a 5% bonus increase. So still better, but not really that by much. Not by much. And even the Bejas. The Bejas is 20% attack, but if they attack into a hoplite and formation, that's neutralized. Yeah, or be Rome. I don't know. I don't think that works. Because the thing about Rome, too, is Rome's unit is melee. So if you talk about this choke point, and if we say that this slinger was a hoplite, the most that the Romans are going to be able to do on to any one of these units is 2 strikes from a Hystastus. Which means they're back to relying on slingers, which are going to be firing into a unit that's in formation. So that's 20% damage. Babylon with splash damage is probably a good idea. Splash is probably a good idea. That's a good thinking. I like that. I can get behind that. But mostly just get onagers. And or ballistas. So I suppose the ram in some circumstances might work. The ram on urban would work. But yeah, no, they're just tricky. They're tricky at 6 strength. They're nightmarish if your Greek player gets to phalangites. A 7-law timing phalangite attack. If your opponent doesn't have a strong counter unique unit at 7 laws, that's just gross. Because there's nothing until like crossbows or swordsmen that really deals with a phalangite very well. Keeper, actually you're spot on. That's a great point. Forgot about that. Stompy Boys will work, and you know who's really good at that? The Tamil. I've actually fought this fight already myself. The Tamil is a great choice, and here's why. A, they're ranged units, so they won't receive any counter, even from a fortified unit like this. B, they're ranged units, so they will do full damage to a spear, because the anti-mounted is 50% melee combat. So a Tamil Stompy Boy will do its full total damage to one of these guys. Also, mounted lancers are pretty decent against these guys, too. But then the other thing is, yes, you can panic them out of formation, but even if you can't, right? This guy's also stuck here, right? Tamil comes up, does its attack. What happens if you can't panic it? It's disarmed. Which, disarmed is a 20% combat debuff, which basically means whether they're in formation or not, they're going to go back to being completely neutral. So, ironically enough, I think there is a decent case to be made for the Tamil unique unit as weirdly being the best possible counter for the hoplite, even though the Tamil unit itself is mounted. But yeah, that there could actually be a decent case for that. Otherwise, I don't know, get a shitload of mounted lancers. Mounted lancers are nightmarish. The hoplites, because the hoplites are melee, so I think ranged in general probably do a really good job against them. The mounted lancer in particular, because it's super mobile. It doesn't matter that they have anti-mounted if the hoplites can't reach the damn things. Demits as well. Demits is actually another good point. Yeah, so the Demits would get rid of that too. Demits are really tricky to use. But yeah, Demits supported by slingers or archers would work. Yeah, so there are things you can do, but yeah, they're gross. On their own, they're just kind of gross, so. Alright, what's happening? What do we got? Another acolyte coming on, so it looks like we're really trying to ramp up science in the capital. Shrine of Halki. Is that our ranged one? It is. So hopefully we'll see some slingers coming out. We're building an axe. Building a scout. Worker. Stone cutter. I mean, I guess this is marble, but still. Fish. Fine, we'll need more food for chariots at some point. One turn on sovereignty now. I haven't taken a good look at events anytime recently, but we're about to clear this site, and we don't have a settler for it. Oh, we do. We rushed out a settler. See, that feels like a waste. We could have one-turned the bonus settler. Did we really need steel? Which isn't to say we couldn't grab steel at some point, but did we really need it back then? Is Greece just trying to occupy every tile? All of this fortification stuff is a massive waste of orders. How funny would it have been if the Hittites went to Portcullis and got that bonus onager and plopped it right here, surrounding it with a couple of axes or whatever else? Then every single thing in this region is going to need to move, because you can just onager fire it, which means all of the orders spent on fortifying this shit was just a waste. Again, doesn't mean that fortifying's bad. It has its uses, but I think the thing that people miss about this game, which, if you're playing on regular difficulties, and there's nothing wrong with this, by the way, but if you're playing on regular or normal difficulties in single player, most of these nuances you can probably get away with just ignoring. But I think what's interesting about this game is that there are so many things in this game that are probably useless 80% of the time, regardless what it is. Like, there's a mechanic in this game and you don't even need to interact with it 80% of the time. It's the 20% of how you use it and or when that becomes really important. Because the one time you do need to do that thing, or the one moment where it does make sense to fortify, well, then it becomes a really, really big deal. But what's complicated about that is I think you end up getting in situations like this where you get a player who's just fortifying all of their units because it feels like a good idea, when in reality, this is probably just a massive waste. And it's not really going to do much. Same thing with the walls, right? One wall in 4 cities could be amazing. A wall in the champ seat in this choke point, fine, fantastic. Makes actual tactical, strategic sense. A wall in your capital, 0 sense. There's no reason to do that. If your capital is under siege in any scenario, you've pretty much lost the game. So, and that's the thing. It's like one wall can define a game in some games. It's not going to be every game, and it's not going to be every city. So you got to. So that's the trick. You have to learn kind of like a sense of intuition of when to try, when something that, when the things that are niche in this game actually have value and use. Otherwise, you build walls in every city when you don't need to. All right, so we finished sovereignty already, and we're adopting constitution. Interesting. I feel like I would have done tyranny, but that's all right. More science, keeping it up. We're at 67 science per turn now, which is nice. Also, talk about benchmarks. 67 science on turn 67. Nice to see it. Have we been a little behind the curve so far? Yes, we are, but so has our opponent. And we're starting to get ahead. Also, we're reaching that point in time where I think our science is going to start ramping up a little bit regularly. Skipper says, I think an interesting video would be what unique units counter each other. Yeah, maybe. What I worry about that is people making meta decisions and shooting themselves in the foot. And one great example is, I think last tournament we saw lots of players pick Greece, thinking the hoplite counters the Mounted Lancer because it's a horse, when in reality I think it's the other way around. So I guess a video explaining that would still help, but then the other thing that I would be worried about is a player picking Egypt into Greece because the Mounted Lancer can counter the hoplite, but then, I don't know, just having a bad game because bad positioning or whatever, or like maybe they're not familiar with Greece, or maybe their favorite faction is Carthage or whatever. So for the most part, while metagaming stuff like that is fun and does make sense, generally I think you should just be playing A, the map that you're on, and then also B, play what you're comfortable. Like, I had a really good game against Aaron last season, and I lost it. And I lost that game for a bunch of reasons, but I think one of the reasons was, well, I played Carthage because Carthage was really strong, and I kind of got myself psyched out thinking, well, Aaron's a really good player, so I might as well just pick the strong pick and hopefully get an easy win off of it. But the issue with me making that decision is that I don't play Carthage. I never play Carthage. I don't like Carthage. I don't do Carthage stuff. So, in reality, I should have played the Hittites, or Egypt, or, I don't know, even Greece. Nations that I play often, nations that I'm familiar with, and nations that are comfortable to me. So, that's one of the things that I worry about. I know I probably, through all of these videos and talking about stuff, or like playing or whatever, I guess it's kind of inevitable that I suppose I influence the meta or the community a little bit, and I don't know, I have feelings about that, but it's tricky to me because it's like, I don't think tier lists matter. I don't think counters matter. They do, but some players hype them up like they matter way more than they actually do, because if you're good at the Hittites, then just play the Hittites, because if you're good with the Hittites, you'll still beat the Greeks. It doesn't matter if the Greeks counter the Hittites. Now, will you beat the Greeks against a player who's also good at the Greeks? I don't know. Depends on the skill gap, skill levels, and also what happens in the game. That's where it becomes a little bit more complex and tricky. But that's one thing I worry about that type of stuff, of making videos like that, is I don't want people... Like, for example, my big fear now with the USG game is that next round in the tournament, we're going to get half a dozen people playing the USG because they saw me have a good game, but they're all going to lose because playing the USG is hard. It's actually a little bit challenging to do the whole stirrup rush thing. It's a volatile strategy that can fall apart pretty easily if you don't have your timing on point. So, I don't know. It's weird. It's weird. Like, I'm not trying to... I want to help people learn the game, but I also don't want to project a sense of how people should play the game, if that makes sense. It's a weird nuance that I haven't quite parsed yet. The settler that we rushed is going to be right up here, ready to take the city. So really happy with the way Drunkenmeister has pivoted. Ideally I would have liked him to close out the game, but right or wrong, made an assessment that it wasn't the time, and I still think that they've done a really good job, because they have 4 laws now, by the way. They are strongholds coming up. Hold on, not yet. No, an Odeon coming up. That's okay. So I'd like to start seeing some strongholds coming down for more order economy. But yeah, overall, I mean, got in a position where he didn't think he could win, or didn't want to risk it anyway. And yeah, just pivoted, cleared 3 sites, settled 3 sites with almost perfect timing each one. I think we cleared this site, a turn later we settled it. We cleared this site, a turn later we settled it. And we're settling this site the turn that we clear it. So, that's all great. That's all fantastic. Nice, another riders as well. I like to see the riders priority. We're getting our science up and running. And have we marked anything in the tech tree? Yeah. The only thing I'd really like to see from the Hittites at this point is just please. We're getting Phalanx now. What else is in our hand? Forestry, architecture, and monasticism. I have to say, I think I'd prefer monasticism, because it's orders. And also camels are great, but mostly orders, and also more science for monasteries. So I think I'd prefer monasticism here, but phalanx, whatever. But really, I just want to make sure that we see machinery getting researched as our next priority. We still are prioritizing navigation as well, which is fine. That's the okay grab, get some ships in the Black Sea. But Yeah, I mean, you're not breaking into something like this, even if you do have an anchor opportunity, right? I guess maybe you send everything down here, but then everything's just going to turn around. So then you need numbers at that point. But if you start seeing this whole situation get mucked up like this, ownership would help. I do want to call attention to the fact that the Greeks seem to have come up and attacked us. Did they attack us, or did they attack a rebel? I'm not sure. But they are awfully quite. They are awfully quite close. Yeah, yeah, you're right, Skipper. I think I'm overthinking it because ultimately, at the end of the day, the value of these videos that like the tier lists and the thing that Bold has put out, the great value about absorbing that information is I think it helps everybody conceptualize the game in ways that maybe they aren't thinking about. So I'm overthinking about it with like I don't know my perceived level of influence or trying to dictate the meta or anything like that because obviously I like coming up with strategies and I like sharing those strategies. And then, you know, whatever. But yes, the great thing is through all this sharing of content and the fact that we have so many people making content right now is that it helps new ideas emerge, and that's what excites me more than anything. It's like once you teach somebody a concept, well, now they can be creative with that concept and do something different. You know, you get iterations of ideas. So I've been talking about the UC stirrup rush for a while, and some people, you know, think it's an interesting idea, and other people think it wouldn't work. So now there's this proof of concept out there where, yeah, in some situations it can work. So I'm actually excited to see if someone else can iterate on it. Skipper says, also, if someone sees my tier list and thinks they should only be playing Egypt, that's kind of on them for interpreting it that way. I don't think you know very many gamers, if that's your opinion, because that's exactly how gamers think. That's my biggest issue with things like League of Legends or competitive things. It's like as soon as one person thinks something is a good idea and that idea captures on, it very quickly becomes, well, obviously that's the best thing that you could ever do in any situation because reasons. And that's why, again, I'm overthinking it because I am averse to that type of experience. But yeah, no, gamers are very, very, well, I mean, I'm not alone in this regard, but we're all opinionated. So you know, we had, it was funny, Problem Gambler on the Discord had suggested that the UC stirrup thrust was going to become the meta. And he also said in that same conversation that he doesn't know how to counter it, which I find fascinating because when I was kind of conjuring that strategy up and practicing it, and admittedly, yeah, sure, maybe I hadn't refined it or whatever, but he actually beat me twice. Well, one of the times with Babylon. So it's like he has beaten it. And I think, in fact, his gameplay in one of our games was proof of concept to me that it actually is not a flawless strategy. It had vulnerabilities and stuff like that. So, yeah, you get people who, and again, we all do it. I do it. We all do it. But it's part of the fun, right? It's part of the fun. Oh, hey, Boldus, why are you awake? Speaking of Boldus, everybody, it's like the middle of the night for this guy, and he's tuned in. Hello, though. Glad to have you here. 71 science for the Hittites now. So yeah, we're ramping up. See how quickly that ramps up? It's like just like 9 turns ago, we were on 48. Now 71. So it's really starting to ramp up now. Really starting to ramp up. Balance now, yeah, I think I would have done monasticism, because that's also going to be more science. How are the hit? Okay, 52 science on the Greeks. Ooh, this could get interesting. We're seeing inquiries being built. Don't know that we necessarily have the cues to spare on that, although we're probably good at military. Let's take a peek at that. I guess we're doing okay. Yeah, this could get interesting, I guess, with the inquiries. That's not really a lot. That's not really a great ratio, though. An extra 10 science per turn? Well, I guess if we factor that in, we have similar science. It would be 62 science to 72 science. If we want to calculate this inquiry as an extra 10 science per turn. No earthly clue why we're building a treasury in the champion seat, other than the fact that we are still sitting on negative 35 food. We've had, I actually want to look at this. This is insane to me. The Greeks started the game. Turn 1, neutral food. Turn 2, negative 3 food. Turn 12 plus 2 food. Turn 13 plus 2 food. Turn 14, 0. So there have only been 2 turns in this entire 70-turn game where the Greeks had a positive food income. That to me is absolutely wild. Only 2 turns. Oh, that happens to me all the time, Boldus. Yeah. That happens to me all the time. I wake up in the middle of the night, or like, 4 o'clock in the morning, even though I don't normally wake up that time. But yeah, that's why I am a temporal anomaly, because I can never sleep. That's the real reason why I cover all these games half the time, because I can't sleep. Yeah, dude, 2 turns in an entire 70-turn game where we've had positive food income, and it was only 2 food per turn. This is the most insane thing. The cost of food is now 14.9 gold per. Stone. This actually is a good highlight, something that I've talked about before with the way people manage their economies, and even the types of people who are like, oh, just build quarries or whatever. We're kind of seeing it in action here. Stone is now valued at only 4.3 gold. So we're reaching a point where the whole just sell stone for everything is literally it's non-viable for Greece. That's just wacky. And what's worse is that you have like 3 fish in the center of the map, and another, however many fish in the center of the map that are all going to be going to a trader's family. So food is the most expensive thing in the game, and therefore the most valuable thing if you're trying to sell it for any reason. And the Hittites are just going to be awash with it. Henky, do you mean exploring with scouts or exploring with their dynasties? Let's take a peek at dynasties. It's a great question. I might as well take a look at dynasties. So this is the whole Hittite dynasty. Currently, we have a zealot on the throne. Equestrian, fierce, and compassionate. Prince Amuna has just turned 10, and actually, to answer your question, is in fact traveling afar. They are exploring. So yes, our current heir for the Hittites is exploring. We have a 7-year-old daughter and then a 1-year-old third son. Over here on this side of the tree, there's an uncle orator who is our ambassador, so they're giving us a nice 1.2 culture per turn. Also over here, if we ever want to pivot into different rulers, are a scholar, 5 wisdom, which is nice, humble, impulsive scholar, and a bold, superstitious judge who's ill, so maybe they will not be long for this world. Also, there's this 17-year-old person who's about to get a job at some point. Let's take a peek at the Greeks. The Greeks, on the other hand, still have their judge on the throne, righteous, vigilant. That's really funny. We already have a wall on the champ seat. Imagine if we put this guy in as governor. I'm pretty sure they're general at the moment. Yeah, they are. But imagine if we put them as a governor in the champ seat. That'd be gross. We have a diplomat sister who has a mysterious sword. 34 years old. That could get interesting. There's also a builder, an uncouth builder in the dynasty. That could be useful for wonder spamming and also helping us get our economy on the... Actually, no, we have 3 discipline in this character, so she wouldn't do anything for economy. Our heir is also traveling afar. So yeah, we got... To answer your question, Jason, there are actually both current heirs of each nation are currently exploring. Interestingly enough. And let's check the known world in case you meant actually the map. This is the known world according to Greece, so they've basically done no scouting across the map since their early skirmish that resulted in the death of their first couple of units. And on the other side of the map, we're looking at similar situation, although we have expanded to most of the map. I wonder if the Hittites will end up getting a ship to finally reconcile this issue, because, yeah, this raid has actually split in 2 directions. A couple of these guys are coming to Lusna, a couple of these guys are going towards our core in Maladia, and that's kind of annoying, because now we have to be in 2 different locations to deal with that. So I could see getting a ship just to resolve this, or perfect opportunity where with truce with these guys, right? Can we influence? We could. So we could influence these guys and get ourselves peace. So that would probably be the real option for me, because it would just save you so many orders to do that. I would love, love, love to see the Hittites peace out the Scythians and just forget about this location and never deal with them ever again. On the Greek side of things, the Greeks obviously are dealing with the Gauls. Oh, the Greeks are at peace with the Gauls. Fantastic. That's great for the Greeks. So the Greeks are just dealing with their 4 cities. They have an estate in Garlic Bread, which is a bit unfortunate, and has still yet to have never built a warm bath in their capital. We are... Whoa. We're 28 turns away from Legendary. So not really picking up on that anytime soon, but still, without a warm bath, we can't get the heated bath, and baths are great, and also we never built a doctor, which is sad for me. Doctors are great. No doctors in Greece. Like, how... Yeah, think about that for a second. We saged into architecture on turn 7. It is now 71, and we have a couple of baths, yes, but no doctors. That's a bit unfortunate. $5 a.m. Yeah, should I wake up? Yeah, I don't know, man. That's a tough call. Building another shrine. Do we have... What shrine is this? Is it the healer shrine? I like this, though, because with the construction of this shrine, we will be getting more horses, which is also more orders. So let's take a peek at the order situation now, because I have to feel like that we're really... Yeah. 25 orders to 16. This is another issue that you want to think about, too, in your games. So this goes out to Ant specifically, but also any new players. If your order rate is stagnating like this, I hate to phrase it this way, but you're doing something wrong. So either you're not managing your legitimacy and also, like, as an extension of this, your ambitions well. So maybe you're failing a lot of ambitions, or they're going a lot to legacy. So you're not just getting your legitimacy up that high. But also, this means you're not building garrisons, you're not building barracks, you're maybe ignoring a key tech like husbandry on a map that has lots of pastures. You're not getting your religion up and running and spreading it to get monasticism at some point. But you really, like, this is, for Greece, this is like we hit, 15 orders per turn on 35. Fast forward another 30 some odd turns later, and our order rate is 16. 1 order gained per turn in the last 30 to 40 turns is not ideal. You want that growing at least gradually. And granted, I'll be honest, compared to some players, I actually don't think I grow my order rate as fast as some other people can. I think I've seen people on, with at turn 40 with like 40 orders per turn, and I don't normally pull that off. I normally have like 30-ish or 25 or whatever. So, I'm not saying this as somebody who is the expert on that, but yeah, you definitely want to at least be growing. That's especially funny to me, EQC, coming from someone who exists within a demographic of people who probably spend 80% of their time sitting in front of a computer. But yeah, probably not as funny as you intended, but I believe that you had good intentions, so don't worry about it. But that is pretty funny. Land consolidation now for the Greeks. What do we feel about this? Grove. Actually, yeah, okay, 3 groves. What are our options? Coinage, portcullis, vaulting. Yeah, sure. Land consolidation makes most sense, unless, again, we want to do a cheeky coinage thing, because, again, we're spending so much gold every turn. Look at this. 642 gold was spent last turn. That is more money than we make currently. So yeah, we will consistently have to sell shortfalls. So one of the interesting is to sell resources to make up for shortfalls. So one of the interesting things that could come out of this situation is, and I say this purely in theory and untested, is the question of, like, would it make sense to get coinage? A, for the $4,000 bonus card, because that'll be a nice padding for us to kind of get our economy up and running. But also, B, would it make sense to put the full market line in our capital? Our capital is generating 258 money per turn. The full market line should double that, and then toss in a couple of officers, and it's going to go even higher. So if we're really just going to sit here and run up a debt on food all game, then I guess we might as well go hard into gold, right? That sounds like it makes sense. Might not be the best idea, but could be something. Also, there's still 20 of you hanging out in the chat. I know this is more of a tame game. I think some of these games with, the less experienced players or the newer players to multiplayer, they're going to be on the slower side, filled with more mistakes. So, and that's okay. I do appreciate the fact that you guys are hanging out, asking questions, chatting, and of course, if you're still watching this after the fact on YouTube, kudos to you as well, because you can decide to swipe away at any moment, or pause, or fast forward, and decide that, oh, yeah, maybe this game doesn't have the action for me, and I'm going to go look at a different one. So if you're checking this out, and you're hung around for the conversation, I am very grateful to you as well. Where did you... Oh, you're a raider. Amazon Calvary. Oh, another raid. Double raids. What's up with that? That's funny. No, I thought it was funny. Well, I thought the irony of the joke was funny. Oh, we have a boat out here, so the Greeks are going to go exploring down the coast and see what they can find. Well, they're about to find some Hittites. Speaking of Hittites, there also is a Hittite sitting right out here. Did this boat just pass them and decide not to kill the scout? Or did this happen? Did this show up after the fact? I kind of missed it. Tough to get a little rotund when there's nothing to eat but rocks. That's true. They're still making quarry pies in Greece. It's a cultural staple at this point. The quarry pie. Yeah, Bolus, we know. We 100%. Like, I pointed this out already, but we have this granary here. I mean, we're getting land consolidation now, so I guess we want the growth. But even in that case, I think I'd still prefer a farm here. This, and these three tiles, the quarry, the lavender, and the mine should all be farms. And yes, I even think in a situation where you're dealing with this type of landscape that we're looking at, right? I know quarries along mountains are super important, but honestly, I would have made these farms. I'd have had this whole riverbed be farms ages ago. And that's one of the things that I think is important to analyze in, like, you know, like we all say, play the map that you're given, play the map, because it's easy to just take a lesson like, oh, quarries by mountains, that's important, and just apply that to all games, all situations. But really, that's not important here. This was a game, pretty sure this is a game that has like 3 or 4 marbles. There's like a couple of marble, like this is marble right here. This is marble right here. Now, yeah, there's 3 marble tiles, right? So we're going to get a lot of stone from that anyway. So that frees you up to blanket this whole region, even if it's near mountains, in farms, because you're going to need the food. Negative 37 food is just crazy at this stage in the game when the price is so high. What just happened? Yeah, another 558 gold per turn to buy the food, and we sold 74 stone to cover debts. Like, that is a collapse. Like, we're looking at 189 stone per turn, but our economy is still effectively collapsing. Positive metal, a massive amount of stone per turn, but in my opinion, this is a collapsing economy. And it's all literally just because of the food. This is one of the things that I was saying. This is what I was talking about the other day, where I was in a different video where I was saying, in all honesty, I would rather prioritize food than stone. Because, I don't know, it just feels like you need food more. It's easy to reach a situation where food, I guess, doesn't feel important. But I mean, apart from buildings, which, yes, are important, and wonders, which, sure, are important, the only thing that I need stone for, from a tactical or military sense, is onagers. So I feel like I can spend the first half of the game building up a robust food economy and then pivot into getting myself a bunch of stone per turn later, as long as my urban development didn't fall behind too much. But this whole gets as much stone as possible, which I guess I kind of maybe helped grow that culture a little bit last tournament when I was telling people that you probably shouldn't wait till turn 30 to build a quarry. And maybe that's true too still, but I don't know. Don't do this also. Don't run negative food all game long. It's really going to kill your economy. Brown said a fantastic observation. Our Greek player has named all of the cities after food, and yet there is no food in the Empire. That is a monumental troll on the behalf of this player. Let's peek at the Hittites. I've been staring at Greece for a while. Speaking of food, we're building a fisher in Sarissa. Apprentice poet. 74 science per turn out. Apprentice officer coming out next turn. Do we already have an officer? Nice. Look at that. Beautiful. 1-turn officer. How do you like that? I might go all the way up to master here. 3-turn master. That's not too bad. Great. What's our spread on Zoroastrianism, by the way? Only 4 of our cities. Building another officer. Great. Yeah, man, we're going to start cooking. And this is what I was saying. It's like, back on turn 61, It felt like this was going to be a long game. And in fairness, it is going to be a long game. But the momentum of the Hittites is going to pick up real quick. Once it's turned 80 or 90 or something like that, the Hittites are going to be able to flip a switch and just start messing people up. Oh, and we do have machinery. Thank you. This is what I've been waiting for. The Hittites have flagged machinery. They're getting navigation now for serfdom or colonies. Probably colonies, to be honest. And they finally have machinery. This is going to be the end game condition. They're climbing away from Greece in terms of science right now. In fact, finally, for the first time, they've got ahead of Greece in overall science invested in the tech tree. They are now up about 150 science in the tech tree, having been behind them for most of the game. Yeah, they flipped over to the advantage on turn 67, so 6 turns ago. Before that point, the Greece had the lead in science invested in the tree. So now their science rate is really popping off. And yeah, once they get... And they're building officers, so once they get to machinery, you're going to churn out a few onagers, get them up in these hills and these woods, and yada, yada, yada. And then, yeah, the Greeks are just going to get battered back. So, whew, great. I am happy. I'm happy with the machinery grab. Or pick, anyway. And they should probably just go to hydraulics, too. Get the ballista. Ballista... Onagers and ballistas coming into this, these things would fold. And then all these, yeah, all these fortifications will be useless. What else am I seeing in the Hittite land? A raider that needs to get dealt with, but thankfully our axe is ready. We'll do 7 damage. Hopefully we don't forget this. It can be annoying to forget. Move your units. Another axe coming out. I mean, I'm interested in the axes. I feel like this is for the hoplites, but again, I really don't think they counter hoplites. So I personally wouldn't be building lots of axes, but axes aren't bad. They're nice to have. Building a stronghold in Hattusa, which is cool. Oh, and look at this. See, this is what I'm talking about in terms of playing the map and, you know, generating the types of resources you need. This is a batch of flatland all along a mountainside. So you would normally expect to see like quarries down here and maybe some urbans out here because, you know, you run out of room. But what are we seeing from this Hittite player? 4 farms and a granary. Kudos. Nice to see it. You probably could have put the granary here, though. Just a minor nitpick. And you could have done 1, 1, 1. More farms, and you would have gotten an extra farm's worth of granary space. But, you know, whatever. Who cares? You're still building granaries. You're still building farms. You're still getting food, which is exactly what you need. And again, we're ramping up our food economy here. 74 food per turn. There's going to be even more food per turn in a couple of turns. And the price is so high. So even if we start selling some of this stuff, it's going to make us so much money compared to our opponent who's losing money. Three turns on an inquiry. I mean, I suppose this is going to pop off on a decent time when we're going for land consolidation, so that's not too bad. Building a worker in the capital, which I'm not really sure why. We have plenty of workers and not enough land to improve, nor orders to do the improving. Also, repair your workers. Oh, getting the fisher will be nice. I think we did this a little backwards, though. We should have improved this tile and put the fisher in this tile, because then it would have grabbed both of these fish. But again, that's kind of like nitpicking. However, tiny little things like that do add up. Get that little bit more efficiency. One turn navigation. Greeks have 2 orders left. We're building lots of roads that I don't quite understand. We are building a granary, which I suppose is good. And I guess all of the hamlets kind of aren't that bad. I mean, I'm not really a fan of hamlets, but certainly help our economy, I suppose. Especially because the price of stone is so low. I mean, obviously the price of stone is so low because we keep selling it. But I suppose in a roundabout way, it oddly makes the hamlets better since the conversion rate isn't as bad. Nice, and we're getting this machinery now. 4 turns of machinery. That gives us another 4 to 6 turns before we have a few owners out in the field, and they're set up on these buildings. I mean, on these hills, and then that's going to start the little electric slide where the Greeks either slowly retreat into their own doom or decide to face their final stand and attack into a battle they may very well lose. Let's take a peek at the power score. Actually, the Greeks are still stronger. Not stronger in terms of actual rating, but they have more power. That's good news for them. But that's going to change. That is going to change. Building an axe. Just built an axe. Need to deal with this guy down here. The 8-turn at master... No, oh sorry, that's a 5-turn. But even still, the 5-turn master acolytes, I'm not feeling. We have the range shrine in this city. We can do 3-turn slingers. And even at this stage in the game, that's so worth it when it's automatically going to level up. It's a 3-turn leveled up slinger. You're going to need range poke if you're going to break into a place like this. And, of course, that will also translate to our onagers when it becomes onager time. Hamlet is the net 5 gold currently, right? I'm going to believe you. I don't know. Probably. I'm not even going to bother doing the math. It's not great, I agree. Well, that's another thing why something like coinage could be interesting, because if coinage were interesting and we did put all of the market line in the capital, then all of a sudden the value of all these hamlets, because these two are villages, which is nice, would get boosted up 100%. But realistically, yes, all you need to do is just actually build farms. I do think sometimes it can make sense to run a mostly gold economy. I've had good games like that. Mostly because when they spent when they spent those 2 or 3 months trying to buff coinage, I started practicing games where I would include coinage into my gameplay just to like feel it out. I did have some interesting success there, running mostly gold economies and buying everything. And it can be interesting. I think it's interesting if you also have a stable economy in general, because I think what you can do is you can raise the price far beyond what your opponent can potentially keep up with, because you're producing a shocking amount of gold that you normally wouldn't produce. But I don't know, the viability of that, I don't know. Circus elephants plus elephants... No, Circus Maximus plus elephants equals Bronze Age Blitzkrieg. I love that phrase. Bronze Age Blitzkrieg. I feel like that should be the title of a strategy guide. I always try to come up with... not that I make strategy guides, but when I think about them, I try to come up with fun titles. And of course, naturally, I'm failing to think of even a single example at this moment, but it's a thing I do. More with the fishers. 92 science per turn, though. Look at how that happens, guys. It really just ramps up. Did we get a new ruler? No. What about an heir? No. Where'd that come from, I think? Just good stuff doing good stuff? It's really nice, though. Just really ramping up there. Awesome to see. And this is going to be a deeper, deeper problem for Greece. So what does Greece do in a situation like this? Honestly, I think it's now Greece who's been the person, excuse me, for a while now. Well, no, actually, I say this, but I'm wrong because Greece doesn't have any orders. So this is the other issue with the order situation. Now it turns 75. The Greeks now only have 17 orders. So in 30 turns, they've gained 3 orders. And the issue with that is normally what I would say in this situation is the window is closing shut for Greece to actually make an aggressive play of some kind. Like maybe they could with their, consolidated army and with a little bit of the overstretched nature of the Hittites, maybe they could come and deal a really hard blow to the Hittites, win a lucky combat, take some kills, take a city, and just keep pushing. Especially if you have the Hittite, especially if you have hoplites. Like this really is, this invasion path really is fantastic for hoplites. You want tight spaces where your opponent really can't get around your stuff. So they're forced to deal with the wall that is the hoplite formation. That said, the reason why that's not really an option for the Greeks is because they don't have an order economy. Or at least generally they struggle with orders, but Ant's order economy is not ideal. Yeah, I feel like the prime time to attack for Greece would have likely been before, even like 20 turns ago. Because this army has been relatively this size for like the last 20-ish turns, if we look at the power graph, right? Am I right about that? No. It's been growing, but we've had a little bit more power since our opponent, for about 15 turns. And there's been a little bit of a spike in the last 5. But yeah, somewhere in here would have been probably nice to starting a fight. But yeah, we don't have any orders. We don't have the orders to do it. And also in that same time frame, it's also about where the power is. Like there's units up here, but these are all chariots, so they can get into the fight. But even chariots sitting away like this is extra orders. This is 4 orders to do an attack. 1, 2, 3, and then it would be a 4th one to strike, right? So that becomes order intensive. So you can think about that if your opponent is stretched in different locations, if you happen to be aware of that or can intuit that somehow. These raids call attention. So always different opportunities to take advantage of the map, but the best way to do that is to scout well, because then you can read the situation, which is one of the things I like about an early portcullis. There is something to be said for agent networks giving you the ability to play the game with almost perfect information. Because between the networks and then the tooltips like, the law count, right? The law count allows you to intuit where your opponent is going in the tech tree, right? So that's a lot of information on its own. But once you get portcullis set up in a couple of agent networks, you can see in build queues. You can see things like culture rush time. You can see, you can even see what people can build. So if I can see that they can build a spearman, I know that they have phalanx, right? So you get to the state with portcullis where you basically are playing with near perfect information. And that's not insignificant. Portcullis is probably one of those things that I kind of fall into that pattern of like the 80%, 20% thing about being really useful, because honestly, I think that one technology, portcullis, is arguably one of the strongest technologies in the entire game. However, it's really tricky to get it at the appropriate time. And, you know, because sometimes if you beeline for it, maybe it doesn't amount to much. Or if you get it too late, well, maybe you didn't have good vision. And of course, if you have enough scouts and enough woods, then maybe you don't even need it. So it's a weirdly situational thing where some games it will be the thing that defines a game between two opponents. In other games, it will be a completely non-factor. As with many things. 3 turns to machinery for the Hittites. Very much looking forward to seeing our first onager hit the field. Let's take a look at the economies between these two. Well, the resource count. Not the resource count, the improvement count. The Hittites have jumped up on the improvement count. The Greece had a lead there for a while, but now the Hittites have 62 to 57. Techs discovered. Still 1 tech behind, but the Hittites will eventually surpass the Hittites. Nope, the Hittites will surpass the Greeks there. Forgive me. I'm getting all tongue twisted, guys. $28 specialists in Hattie now to 17. And that's the other thing, too. I feel like both players are probably not being the most efficient with their specialist use. We've seen a handful of like random miners and quarries, stonecutters in both nations. But we do know now at this point that the Hittites are building officers, lots of officers. We have 7 apprentice officers, right? Among other things. So maybe, sure, one could say Hattie has one too many fishers or miners or whatever, right? However, if we look at Greece, we have 10 stonecutters, 4 miners, 2 farmers, and a fisher. So not only does our opponent have 11 more specialists than us, Greece doesn't even have a single urban specialist. And we know they have barracks. They have 2 barracks here. They have 2 barracks up here. This is the thing. This is what I'm saying. So this is a criticism, Ant, that you need to take to heart. You have 2 barracks here in your champion seat, but for some reason we're spamming stonecutters. And don't get me wrong. Something weird like this, I could see doing in a landowner's seat. Maybe you're going to make it a weird civic hub. I mean, there's 2 marble here anyway. But, you know, you're going to spam your 2 marbles, and then maybe you just keep spamming quarry. This is going to be actually a 5th one, a 5th stonecutter, right? I've done stuff like this, and it can make sense. So this isn't the issue specifically. The issue is that you're doing this in your champion seat. Your champion seat should be building you officers, increasing that training threshold even higher than it is now, and getting you the capability of churning out lots of units, which is its main job. That's the specialization aspect. This is something that you would do in like a landowner's city, maybe even a sage's city. Actually, a sage's city would make sense because all of these would at least be worth an extra science. So I could see something like this making sense in some cities, depending on what you're trying to do with the city, fulfill the role. Another thing about sages, if you did it in a sage's spot, okay, maybe you get a good governor, and this helps enable you to spam quick inquiries. Since we're building an inquiry down here. Makes sense. I got it. But look at this. Even if it comes to rural specialists, we're doing this backwards. The Sage's city that is building an inquiry has 4 miners in it. The champion seat that is building a stonecutter has 4 other stonecutters in it. That's a bit backwards. So kind of be mindful of the way you're specializing and building your cities. We're building a garrison in the capital finally, at last. Great, but still no warm bath, which is unfortunate. We spent 923 money on food, selling 393 stone. Guys, It is entirely possible that we could witness the Greeks go completely bankrupt. Also, oh my god, we don't even have centralization. I was going to say get vassalage. That would help. But we don't have centralization. What are we getting next? Getting land consolidation. Well, the good news is that these honey are worth food. It's entirely possible that we could see the Greeks zero out their economy trying to buy food. You guys are great. I really can't express how fun it is. I never really thought I would get into the whole streaming thing, because honestly, as a viewer, I never really did that. You know, I know streaming is super popular and stuff like that, and, you know, nothing wrong with that. But it was never really my vibe to watch people play games. And, well, which is funny, because even right now, that's what I'm doing. I'm not even playing this game. I'm watching two people play this game. So that's what makes it even more meta and ironic, is that not only did I never think that I was into the whole streaming thing, but somehow I've become a streamer. But even as a streamer, I'm not even the person playing. I'm watching. So this is all sorts of weird. But it's really funny to have you guys hang out, because the comments are hilarious. And Skipper says, Greece is cooked, ironically, since they're currently starving. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Treasury, I'm not really getting this. We don't need a treasury here. Byreme coming out. That's going to be fun. We saw the Greek Byreme. Is the Greek Byreme going all the way to Hattusa to start a fight? The good news for the Hittites is that I'm pretty sure their Byreme will be done just in time. Or maybe not, actually. Let's look at this. That's be 1 turn. 2 turns, 3 turns. They'll be here in 3 turns. Unless they force march, in which case they'll be there in less. So the Hittites might end up rushing out of Byreme if they want. Yeah, that's fun. Greece is going to pick a fight, which, by the way, in reality, this is a waste of orders. Every order you spend moving your ship to pretty much nowhere is a waste of orders. Meanwhile, you have a Hittite scout right... 2 Hittite scouts right off of your coast just watching what's going on. 1 turn on machinery now for the Hittites. Yeah, Greece is boat scouting. Got to take the opportunity to mention it again. Don't forget that the fish resources offer a pretty reliable science event, and you can harvest with ships in case people aren't aware of that. I just realized that maybe that's not a popular known aspect of ships, but just like scouts, ships can harvest coastal resources. So wouldn't be a bad idea for the Greeks to try and harvest this and see if they get some science, or could have harvested this on their way out here. I know they didn't harvest this one, and I'm assuming they're not even going to harvest that one if they can. Probably too far away from home. But every order spent sailing is an order not spent averting the famine that is literally eating your economy alive. Yes, that's correct. Although it does look like our food income, our food deficit just went down. So that's good. Oh, we probably because we repaired this. This camp was. So this is the type of stuff that I wish I could find out, and you can kind of. That's the other thing about ancient networks. So technically, if you look at this, right, you see the output of the city, right? So this capital is generating 14 food, and so we don't get to see the totals when we look into this with portcullis, because the totals that we see are our totals. So it's like the numbers are, but we get to see all this stuff. So I would see 256 gold. But what's fun is that if you actually go around and do the math, you can deduce the entire food income of an empire. So even with this, right, we could deduce, because we have -6, -13, so that's 19. This is 4, so that's 23, right? Plus 14. Oh, quick math on that means we're -7-ish, right? 7, 9, whatever, something like that. That tells us our base economy is -7 food, give or take, right? That's not factoring the sea, we're the Hittites, right? That's not factoring in the sea of military units that I can see right now. So that would tell me that Greece is currently running a massive food deficit if I had an agent network in all 4 of these cities and just did a real quick, that took me like, what, 10 seconds? Just real quick run around and be like, hey, how much food are they generating? And then I could deduce, oh man, they've got to be like 30 or 40 in the negative right now. If I really wanted to be picky, I could go around and count all the units and add that up, but I would never do that. And being able to do that in a network game would probably not be possible. You could probably do stuff like that in cloud games, but I don't really play cloud. We're rushing at a Byrene. Yes. Awesome. Awesome. EQC. What I absolutely love about this game is that it shows how awesome the old world community is. Yes. There's no way an average player would join in a tournament if all the top players weren't so awesome. I feel the same way. And I also am glad that we get to do this with the streaming and stuff, is because I'm a lot more grumpier on Discord than I mean to be. I sometimes come off with way too much of an attitude, and I think that's off-putting for some people, but hopefully now through streaming, it becomes more obvious how much I just like this game and I want to share that experience with everybody. So I definitely appreciate the tournament atmosphere as well, because it's given me a new outlet to share how much I like the game with people. You'd love to see... You know what? Actually, that's also a strategy. So going back to the idea that I was saying, I could probably deduce that Greece actually is the famine right now. That's a great point, Brown Syndrome. I could take my 2,839 gold and my 650 and keep buying more food. But the only thing is, I don't think I would want to do that because it's so expensive. So why would I do that when I could just buy a shitload of stone for dirt cheap? Because Greece... This is the other reason why you don't want to do what Greece is doing, by the way. Think of this position that we're in, right? Greece... The Hittites have 8 cities to Greece's 4. We want to hope that with onagers and whatever else, the Greeks can't attack us. What if the Hittites just decided to start wonder spamming right now? Stone is absolutely dirt cheap, and we're making 100 food per turn, which we can sell for 832 gold if we want to do. So technically, our actual income right now isn't 654. It's something like 1,400 gold, which we can then translate into quick rough math. 600 stone per turn? Is that too high? Yeah. 700 stone? Is 600? We could transform our food economy right now and our regular gold economy right now into roughly 600 or 700 stone per turn until the prices equalize. I don't know how long it would take for the prices to equalize. So I don't know if that would be in like 3 turns or if it would be in 10 turns. But think about that. Think about how insane that is. It's 276 gold to buy 100 stone right now in this game with these markets. So we can already buy 300 stone with our income right now. And then we can sell our food income for another 832, which would basically be another 300 or 400 stone. So yeah, we can make approximately 600 or 700 stone per turn with the way the economy is working right now. And that's all because Greece did whatever the hell Greece did to get them into this massive hole. And this is my thing. I think, we're making 201 stone per turn. I'm convinced that this is a player that is adhering to the philosophy of just spam quarries. because this also can work in single player because you have 5 different nations all toying with the market, right? There's this mentality that all I ever need to do is have massive stone income, 200, 300, 400 stone income per turn. Then the rest of my economy doesn't matter because I'll just sell stone. But when you're in this 1 versus 1 meta, you have driven down the market price so hard, and then the value of food's up so high that the Hittite player is now in a position to completely manipulate the market to their favor. Literally, the Hittite player could get 600 to 700 stone per turn and just start spamming wonders, and you just handed them that game state. Yeah, I've been saying first economic victory of the tournament. 100%. I think, literally, I think the Hittites could just sit back here, turtle up, and spam wonders, and they would do it by selling food and buying stone. And it would be the most obscene thing to witness. But that only happens because the Greeks chose to not care about anything other than stone. This is fantastic, though. Although, actually, wait, no, this feels premature. We're anchoring now. I would worry that this would cause my opponent to rush 2 ships at me. Although, wait. Never mind, our opponent has 2 laws active, freedom from philosophy. So through tooltip sleuthing, we would know, or at least assume, that they don't have navigation. However, we know that they actually did just get navigation recently. So the danger here is that we could potentially see 2 ships get rushed out on a part of the Greeks. And then those 2 ships are going to come a-knocking. Yeah. Yeah, man, 16.8. I can't remember the last time I saw food that high in a game, to be totally honest. It's turn 78 and 2.7 is the value of stone. I've seen games where the value of stone doesn't climb up that high, to be honest. But this is pretty low. This is something else, I have to say. Super neat, though. You know, even this game, you know, a bit of a slower game, you know, with some newer players, but even this, creating a situation that's fascinating to behold. This economic tilt between the 2 players. Hittites making 98 food per turn versus a Greek player who's minus 46 now, but had never once been positive food income. No higher than 2 food per turn for only 2 turns in the 78 turn game. And so the back end of that, you have a Hittite player now generating 98 food per turn. He might as well be generating an extra 832 gold per turn. And that value is only going to increase because the Greeks are still going to keep purchasing food. They're forced to. Rushing out an Onager, love to see it. Rushing out a Heavy Chariot, love to see it. Another Byron coming out soon. From the Hittites, Axeman, Forum, Onager, yes. Can rush this out soon. Let's just look at our Civic Econ. 172 Civic Econ per turn. So this is a Onager that takes 380 without any production. So we can basically... I mean, with a little production, we could probably do them in 2 turns. However, this is probably about a 3-turn Onager. So that's nice. 3-turn Onager, that's great. Great. Ooh, nice. Did we get the event? Oh, we got the... I've been talking about this. Oh, no, I didn't get the pause. We just got 150 science for harvesting that fish. By the way, I've been talking about that event the last couple of games. But there it is. We actually get to see it pay off. 150 science to the Hittites. Speaking of which, we also have 105 science per turn. So our science has really ramped up. I was talking about that a while ago. The idea that like the momentum gets you, right? Way back on turn like 60 some on, I think I was having that conversation. We were at like about 48 science per turn. And then by 70, we were at 72 or 71, right? And now, just a few turns later, it's not even turn 80 yet, and we're at 102. That's a massive jump in only 20 turns. 48 science to 102 science in just 20 turns. The momentum ramps up. And now we're rushing out onagers, right? Our economy's coming... our economy's... Honestly, even though we don't have the best metal or stone income, it doesn't really matter with the amount of food that we're making. You can see, what map script is this? This is the donut, right? Yes, it's the donut map script. This is the smallest map script that we have in the tournament roster of maps. Donut is the smallest, and regular continent would be, or at least the continent-wide version that we're using, I believe is the second smallest map in the tournament. But yeah, the donut script is basically gives you a little continent like this, and often gives you some arrangement of lakes and or seas in the center, with a little bit of a quirky terrain to navigate. All right, so we're back at the Greeks' turn. I keep want to check in on their economy every turn because I'm fascinated by this. Oh, interestingly enough, we didn't actually sell anything this turn. Did we get some food? Ooh, we got... Nice, this is fun. Always love to see the gods favor both players just in time for the Hittites to get their 150 bonus. The Greek got a 100 science bonus from an event as well. That's always lovely. In fact, what's the total invested in the tree now? Hittites are really pulling ahead now at over 300 science invested in the tree. Compared to the Greeks. Greeks are going for comp bow. They have divination, phalanx, and portcullis. I have to say, this may very well be the longest game I think I've seen a player play without getting divination. Oh, and this is what I was worried about. The Greeks have rushed a Byreme. That's going to be okay, though, because these hills are soon going to be filled with onagers. And so the onagers will destroy any Greek biremes in the water. Also, the Hittites can fully flank this situation. Oh, I love this position of the onager. Wow, is that clever. Do we have colonies? We need to get colonies and buy this tile. So we can heal. Boy, is that a clever positioning of that onager. Huh. That is really nice. I really, really like that. All we need is the colonies so we can tile by. No, this is a donut map script. Not continent. Looks like a continent, but it's not. A little bit smaller than a continent. Donut scripts are quirky continents. It looks like the Hittite player is feeling pretty good about having a couple... And see, this is what I'm saying. Look at the staging here, right? Look at this moving in. This is all it takes. The Hittite player has a couple of onagers. Literally just two, right? Two. Two onagers hit the field, and the Hittite says, fine, it's go time. This is the type of thing... Look, and even this is the bait. Chopping... Or maybe we'll back up. We're chopping some trees. That's all it takes, man. Just a couple of siege to give one player the confidence that they can start pushing their opponent around. Because again, it's really, really hard to fight a battle against a player who has onagers if you don't. Love to see it. Immediate aggressive posturing with the onagers. Be curious to see how the Hittites react to the ship popping out. Also, an inquiry in the champ seat. Yeah, man. I mean, I guess if you don't need the units, but don't you always need the units? Oh, and look, here we are. Speaking of which, the Hittites have now surpassed the Greece. Not by much. Literally only 20 points. But they have taken their first foray into securing the end game power spike. Or power dominance in the power score. It's been a long journey to reach this point. I think our players have been playing well over 4 hours, right? Ooh, 5 hours and 40 minutes. Marathon session. Time flies. Time flies. 21 people in the chat with me. Thank you guys for popping in and hanging out. Whether you've been here the whole time, or whether you've popped in and out from time to time. Of course, if you're off here after the fact on YouTube, thank you for being here too. And everybody should go leave a review for Old World if you haven't. Goes a long way to help the game. Politics in Hattie is good, but I think we want to get the Riders family. Yeah, we want to get the Riders family to be... Oh, we're rallying troops for training. I like that. Oh, we're doomed! I don't like that. That sucks. Who's our heir? Our tactician? Actually, that's good. I'll take the heir as the tactician. But then we can stun one of the hoplites. And so this is the real issue. Yeah, 80 turns, only 2 laws. You really want to try and get 4 laws by turn 50. Ideally, 7 laws by turn 80, but those are very slow pacing numbers. We, of course, know that some of the best players maybe can get, like, 7 laws in 60 turns, but, not everybody needs to achieve that, but you definitely don't want to have only 2 laws by turn 80. Or, I mean, I don't know, maybe if you're doing a bodkin arrow rush, then it doesn't matter. Or if you're doing the usually stirrup rush, then you don't need any laws. So, I don't know, there's exceptions to everything. But yeah, I would not be looking forward to this onager situation if I were. Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Might have to cause the onager to back off. Although, if we just put an onager right here on this hill, then we're completely protected and covered. Except for right here, I guess. But then what we could do is if this guy comes here and hits me, then I can move the ship and block him into this cove indefinitely. Another Byron coming out. Love to see it. Yeah, we got this. That civics output, man. Oh, wow. And I don't know where the rest of it came from. We must have got a lucky event in Hattie because I feel like we didn't have any civics a moment ago because of rushing, but now all of a sudden we have 644 civics. Maybe we got the civic boost recently and I didn't catch that. Yep, we did. Last turn we got the civics boost. Nice. Literally machinery into civics boost. If you're trying to get onagers out into the battlefield, it doesn't get much better than that, I have to say. Oh, they had the civics boost when they popped the fish. That's why I missed it. Alright, cool. Good catch. Thanks, Snap. Onager 6 turns. These guys being jerks. Speaking of boats, where's the Greek boat? There he is. He's still down. He's still trying to make his journey around the globe. Another onager. Yeah, we're full onager mode. Love to see it. Yeah, going back to the order situation, look at the Hittites throughout the game, right? Gradually rising. And like even back here, right? You have 11 for the Hittites, 9 for the Greeks. Fast forward to turn 24, 16 for the Hittites, 12 for the Greeks. So that level of scaling is not really ideal. And sometimes you're going to have slow games, right? Sometimes you'll just have games where you just can't get your order economy up and running. But yeah, we're seeing too many plateaus for the Greek player. Like 9 to 23 is basically one plateau. 24 to 33 is another plateau. And then apart from whatever was responsible for this spike here, from 35 to basically nowish, was another, or 70. From 35 to 70 was basically another plateau. And, okay, we're jumping up now, but this looks like it's probably going to be another plateau. So, as opposed to a gradual rise. The ships came out and went to war immediately. By the way. Immediate assault. Nice, and the creeping begins. I actually would have say, oh, why are we freaking fortifying? I would have saved the forest and stuck myself in the forest. Moved up a little bit. And moved the onager up. There we go. Onager up, and now here it is. The very first moment of the Greeks realizing, oh no, I can't stand here anymore. So what we'll see is one of two things. Either the Greeks will attack, or this line of people will fall back one. In which case, all of these fortifications was a waste. And then this line is going to fall back once, and then this is going to step forward, and this is going to step forward, and then this is going to step forward. And then you're going to run into the next thing, where everybody else is now in onager fire range, so they're going to back up. This is why this preemptive fortifying makes no sense unless you really have like some type of impending conflict that's about to happen. But this was all, oh, we're going in. Okay, that's a bait. That's fine. This is the Hittite player saying, I have no problem losing a couple of axes because I'm going to blast stuff with onagers if my opponent decides to pick a fight with me. And that's okay. Maybe a little bit unnecessary. I probably would have given myself a turn. And done the move up thing next turn. But also I dig this because you basically goad your opponent into fighting you. And, getting messed up. But yeah, we can only really hit two things in this region. So if we were going to do this, what I would have done is probably move the onager to this tile. Yeah, I probably would have moved the onager to this tile and then tried to make sure that I could get a couple more things in front of it just in case. So he's just a tile, one tile too far back for my liking. If this was an engagement. But not really the end of the world. I still think the Hittites have the upper hand here, so it's not a big deal. What I would be doing, though, is I would immediately be rushing out another onager. And look at this. How much does an onager cost? We have 0 stone in the bank right now. How much does an onager cost? 410 gold. That's less money than we're actually making. We make 664 money per turn. It would cost us only 410 to buy all of the stone we need to rush out an onager. Gross. Yeah, and we're doing an acolyte. I don't like that. Time to end the game. And this is when it comes down to momentum, right? It's like now I hope like we can tell as the viewer, like the momentum, the Hittites 100% have the momentum to end this game. And that's where it becomes up to the player to decide. Like this player, there's no reason to build this acolyte. They have more than enough science to close out this game. They have more than enough economy to close out this game. They have more than enough orders to close out this game. So now at this stage, you just flip the switch and turn on the kill machine. Buy your stone, rush out your onager, and go get the Greeks. It looks like the Greeks are taking the bait and staying in the fight. Where is our tactician? Oh! Our zealot's still on the throne. That's funny. He's doomed. I think he survived a turn as doomed. So this is unfortunate, because the Greeks are attacking, but not killing anything. Couple of Iron Gamers, indeed. Yeah, they're 10 minutes away from 6 hours. That's wild. Of course, it's just as crazy that I've been here the entire time as well, so, I mean, who's to say what crazy really is? Looking like a really dominant position for the Hittites now, so I think we'll be seeing Drunkenmeister moving up. And Ant having one remaining chance to stay in this tournament. Players who lose their first 2 matches will move on to round 3. And if they lose their next match, their round 3 match, they will be the first players eliminated from the tournament. However, of course, to make it even more complex, even if they win, they will have to keep winning games to stay in the tournament and eventually qualify for the championships and beyond. I have been here for all 6 of those hours. That is true. Made all the more amusing by the fact that I wasn't even planning on casting this game today. But here we are. That's actually really funny. I was going to take the night off. But, okay. Greece is now saying, would it be okay to pick back up another day? Alright, we'll finish this out first. Just take your turn and then answer. Stompy on the way as well. Free war elephant. Yeah, that's great. The Greeks are now weaker and naive. Alright, yeah. It looks like this is going to be the last turn. Just as things are heating up for the finale. But of course, nobody wants to fight a war when they're falling asleep at the wheel. So I don't blame the Greek player at all. But yeah, should Ant lose this game, they will have one final chance to stay in the tournament, and they will need to keep winning games to make their way to the championship. Drunkenmeister, on the other hand, may very well buy himself another life, allowing him to lose in round 3 and stay in if he needs to. This is weird. I'm not getting the weird moving and then fortifying thing. I guess it's because there's a tactician there. But, alright. And we'll see some anchors come back down next turn. There's nothing that the Greeks can do to claim the Black Sea back. So there will be 2 anchors coming down next turn, which will create all the space in the world. Like, you could even get this axe, right, from way over here at Lesna, up here to this tile, and then once the anchors come down, he'll just be able to jump. So this is really just a matter of time. Like, it's unfortunate, and again, not a problem, but it is unfortunate that the Greek player needs to take a break, because this game is probably over in another 5 to 10 turns, if I were to guess. I don't understand what's up with the Hittites' inability to deal with these raiders, though. I feel like these guys have been here for a while, and I don't know why we're not, like, wrapping this up over here. Yeah, and still don't understand the acolyte thing. Stompy Boy on the way is going to be nice, though. 5 orders left. And we killed 5! Oh, man. We killed 5 units this turn. I didn't even notice that. I was watching the route, but I didn't really notice. 1 Byreme, 2 Slingers, 3 Slingers, and an Axeman. So that's nice. That's especially nice because the remainder of the Greek military is mostly melee. There's 5 ranged units left. So 5 Slingers left compared to 9 infantry units. So that's going to suck once we run out of Slingers. Because there's nothing worse than having no ranged units. Fortunately, most of the remaining units seem to be pretty safe for now. And here it is. We're finally building a warm bath. $17.2 food per turn now. Is the food price now. Whew. We did it. We did it. Why are we waiting? Okay, there we go. All right. 642 gold for the shortfall. 54 stone to cover debts. All right, still keeping the economy afloat a little bit longer. All right, so I'm going to take a save here. And, yeah, I'm also tired, so I'm not really going to do much of a recap on this. We know where we're at. In case you just clicked on this and fast forwarded all the way to the end. Basically, we had a long stalemate, and the Hittites are now doing Hittite things. And they're about to break in. They've claimed the Black Sea, they got their onagers, they're ready to end this game. Next session should be relatively brief. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us this entire time, for viewing. 20 of you still in the chat. Some of you have come, some of you have gone. But yeah, marathon session for more plays, 6 hours. Wow. Kudos to the Greek player for their stamina since they've been locked in for most of this time. So really, really cool to see a player willing to just stick it out. But yeah, I'm gonna call it off now. And yeah. As always, this is Scientific, and this has been the Old World Community Tournament. Take care, fellas. Thanks for hanging out.